Mr. President, I know you're a clever man. Please, can you tell me in words I'll understand? No mother runner wants to lose her own child. So why must soldiers go marching in rank and file and terrorize and murder? I'm asking you once more. Tell me what war is for. Mr. President, I know I'm but I'm falling out tanks mines. You tell me to run for shelter whenever the sirens blow. All my life is put in danger for reasons I don't know. And the lives of all the others. Do you hear the babies cry? While firebombs are rockets rain down from the sky. They stand there face to face. They could be friends instead. But before they give each other a chance, they shoot each other dead. Come on, how dumb is that? Tell me what war is for. And do you ever if war was a planet out there below? Or did you just ask your cronies how much money they all could make to adorn their wives with jewelry while sowing the seeds of hate? Or is it still about religion? And which God? Cause I'm just a child.
Well, what a profound song sung by a young kid, asking the president what is war going to help her or kids like her. All right, now we'll start off with a tribute to our mother nation, and as mandated by the constitution and the new law, we're playing Vande Mataram first and then the national anthem. So if you could kindly arise as we play both together.
उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंदिर जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
All right, that was a warm welcome from us to Mother India. And in the national anthem, the venue welcomes you. The entrance of this wonderful educational premise that you're currently seated in, that was the entrance that commenced at the end. Okay, we'll have two quick messages from our PM, which he gave during this current AI summit a couple of months back. Let's play both the messages from the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Lights.
Right is right the possibility in this century. But it is very different from other technology milestones in human history. AI is developing at an unprecedented scale and speed and being adapted and deployed even faster. भारत के पास डबल एआई पावर की एडवांटेज है। अब आपके मन में सवाल होगा कि दुनिया पास एक ही एआई है कि मोदी के पास डबल एआई कहां से आ गया। दुनिया की नजरों में एक ही एआई है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, लेकिन हमारे पास वो तो है ही। दूसरी एआई है एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया। जब एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत मिलती है, तब विकास की गति भी तेज होनी स्वाभाविक। साथियों, हमारे लिए एआई सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के युवाओं के लिए अवसरों का एक नया द्वार। इसी साल भारत ने इंडिया एआई मिशन शुरू, हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो, भारत हर सेक्टर में एआई का उपयोग बढ़ा रहा। हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर एआई सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं।
All right, he spoke about two AIs, one that we are going to talk about, and the other one which you guys are here. The aspirational India, the youth, the next gen, or the millennials, as you may call. Because I am from a generation which is a cusp of around 3. We are neither in X, nor in Y, nor in Z, because everything changed so fast, we could not figure out. We were looking at radios and the Walkman came, and when the Walkman started off, the MP3s came, and as soon as that started off, the mobiles came. So we were running at a very fast pace, and you guys are running at an even faster pace, and you have to keep up with that. So God bless you all that you do that. I won't waste much time and straight away get into the sessions now. And this would be the welcome note. Put your hands as generously as you can for Chetan Vakalkar, sir. He's the academic advisor and the CMO of the Indira University, and as he delivers his welcome note.
Very good morning, everyone. Good to be here today. Are you excited Well, that was Alok Pandit from our partner firm in Mumbai, who is our knowledge partner for this AI-ARANA Summit, which is the first of its kind, very unique, very large scale event happening in a private university in Pune. I think what Alok sir shared with us today very nicely about our honorable Prime Minister of our country, saying what the future of India is going to be big as a leader, which will lead the world in the field of AI. And I think when the leader of a country uses a particular technology as a game changer for a country like ours, I think that speaks a lot about the importance of AI and what role it is playing and is going to play, especially in the lives of youngsters like you all, who are about to set out and embark upon your careers, right? Okay, let's, before I get into my presentation, assume for a moment I am a AI system. What would me as an AI system, you all have all used ChatGPT, right? For a moment, think this is Chetan GPT out here. What would I tell a audience room filled with MBA aspirants, few professionals who are here? Murari sir is here from Microsoft, a strategist who we want to listen to after I finish my presentation. I would say, hey, I am not here to replace you. I am here to multiply your thinking ability. I am here to accelerate your decision making. I am here to improve your productivity. And last but not the least, I am here to change the way business has been done so far. That is exactly what AI as a technology is doing, right? How many of you all have been using AI already? How many of you all have been using few tools, multiple tools? And for what purposes? Can any one of you all stand up and say, what are you all using AI for? What is the most creative, or can anyone share how AI has helped you, say, become more productive or has given you better output in a task or a presentation or in some assignment which the college had given you? Anyone, come on, share an example. Who would like to share? Or you all are using it only to create memes of your friends? What is it? Come on. None of you all are using it for creative purposes, productivity improvement, assignments, PowerPoints. How many of you use it for PowerPoints? Put up your hands, come on, there's nothing wrong in that. Guys, we are at an AI arena. It's an AI summit, right? So we are here to say that how can we use AI in a positive way to impact our life? How is it that you can build AI as a skill set, right? That is the whole objective. Skill set, a knowledge base, which is going to make you a far more desirable human resource for any organization you apply to. All of you all are here, largely, most of you all are here for a job placement next year. How many of you all are not here for a placement? Come on. Anyone here who's not here, who doesn't want a job and is already decided he or she is going to have a startup? That's not bad either. Any startup Tidas out here? Anyone from Swakiyam who's doing part of the first cohort, second cohort? None of you all? Okay, so everybody is looking for a job at the end of it. So today, when you all come back or go and do your summer internship, please try and absorb as much as the possibilities to work using AI in whatever internship you all do, because that will give you a chance to build up your skills and get to know this technology better, right? There are AI tools. You all have heard of, but can anyone tell me the difference between generative AI and agentic AI? Come on, let me see the IQ levels of this MBA batch. Anyone? No, I thought you put up your hand or something. Okay, so that's definitely one difference. Anyone else? Generative agent, very basic question. Very fundamental question. And y'all, let me tell you, you guys all as the next gen, y'all should have the curiosity. Y'all are coming for an AI summit. How many of y'all actually over the weekend tried to read up a little bit on AI? Did any of y'all try to read up to improve your knowledge about AI? He correctly said the difference in a very basic way. But AI, I would like you all to all go back and spend time Googling this difference. Figure out, or maybe go and ask ChatGPT itself, what is the difference between generative and agentic AI? And it will give you a very specific comparison. Now, unless you all don't have the curiosity to learn and get to know about a planet-changing technology, this is literally impacting our planet in a way which you can't imagine. And just to give you that perspective, I'm going to get into my presentation. I'll share something which I thought is very appropriate for today's opening welcome address. I have been part and a witness to 3 technology revolutions which mankind has seen. 3 IT technology revolutions which literally changed the way humans live. The first IT revolution happened in the 1970s, 70s to 1990. It was called the PC era. What is PC? Personal computer, right? There were no personal computers prior to that. Computers literally would occupy one computer, which has the computing power which is there in your mobile phones today, would require half the size of this hall to be set up in, or even more. Today, you carry that power in the pockets, in your purses. That computing power was very different. So the PC era was the first IT revolution, followed by the internet era. The next big game changer was when Tim Lee Burns gave us the World Wide Web. And that again transformed the way we as humans communicated, did work. For y'all are born in an era where browsing was already around. The World Wide Web existed. I literally lived through these changes. That gives you an idea as to how old I am also. So I lived through these changes. And today, according to me, we are in the 3rd most impactful IT wave, which is cloud computing, mobile, and the most important of them, AI. AI is moving ahead at this speed thanks to the capabilities which cloud provides, cloud technology, along with the data centers. Because any AI or LLM requires huge amounts of data, right? The foundation of any LLM is its ability to gain more and more information, to gain more and more knowledge about whatever specific reason you're preparing that LLM for. For example, Perplexity. If any of you have used Perplexity, it's a more specific to research. It has been trained to become an LLM which can assist you in your quest for research. So any of you are doing market research, financial modeling, it can be a good help to you, right? Or a notebook LLM, which has, again, a very specific purpose. How many of you have used notebook LLM? Anyone out here who's used it? Now, there are tons and tons of LLMs. You all may be familiar only with ChatGPT, but there are so many of them which are there, like a Sora or a Sora 2, if you all have heard of it, is very specific to creating videos. Its special ability is its ability to create a video from a prompt which you may offer it, right? Okay, so coming back to this, if you see the different parameters or aspects, it will clearly tell you how and what were the impact, or what was the unique differentiator of that technology revolution. So you look at the core technology, personal computers, Windows, DOS, right? Those were the operating systems. If you look at internet era, TCP/IP, right? Internet protocol, transmission control protocol, the web browsers, .com infrastructure, smartphones, cloud, AI is what is the thing related to the AI revolution. Azure belongs to which company? Microsoft, right? So we have somebody from Microsoft here. So I said we must talk about Azure as such. The applications, which were the main applications that it gave birth to, right? That's their market leaders. Initially, IBM, Microsoft, Apple came up with the PC revolution. They were the three main competitors. Of course, Dell joined in later. Internet era gave rise to the giants like Amazon and Google. It made e-commerce a reality. Today, you guys cannot live without e-commerce, right? It's you take it for granted. It's part of we remove our mobile and we can order whatever in the world we want, except for drugs and guns. The rest of it, and some of you are smart enough, if you go into the dark web, you can even do that, right? So the entire changes, see the user base. I think that's a very mind-boggling figure. And that's why AI is so powerful today. Why? Because look at the figure, right? From millions of PCs, billions on the internet. Today, we are talking about 6 billion plus smartphone users across the world. Today, what's the population of the world approximately? 800 million. 800 billion. Around 8 billion. That's right. It's around 8.5 billion. Okay, let me ask you one more question. We are talking about economic impact, right? From $1 trillion for a PC market, more than 5 trillion when the internet revolution happened. And today we are talking about 10 trillion plus being the economic impact by say 2030, 2035. So what is a trillion? How many billion in a trillion? Sorry? 1,000. Absolutely right. So 1,000 billion is $1 trillion. So can you even imagine the number of zeros in that? That is the potential of this technology and its applications to any business industry which you may be aspiring to make your career in. Okay, great. Let's move on. So I'm going to give you three. Being a professor, I can't let you go without sharing three simple user case studies of AI. Take the era of BFSI, the BFSI sector, banking, your NBFCs, everybody is into loan giving, right? Now, business loans up to 5-7 years back, if you applied for a business loan, it was a longish process which required a lot of paperwork, which required multiple risk checks, whether your business is worthy of being given a loan or not. Come fast forward to the AI era, that work is now done in 7 seconds, where a business loan can be assessed and evaluated in the backend. Once your data is filed onto the computer, there are AI algorithms at the back, which quickly scan your entire history of your business. They scan transactions which your business has done over the last few years. They scan your IT returns. They scan your credit worthiness. They scan whether you pay your suppliers on time. And within 7 seconds, it makes a decision whether a business loan is to be given to you or not. See the speed of the change, right? So one of the biggest advantages of AI is that what work needed manual intervention, needed a lot of time, is now being done way faster. And this is a use case for a lot of business industries. A lot of industries, AI is going to do the work. And that's where people think that, oh, yeah, this thing was being done manually, people were doing it, and it's going to replace jobs. No, not necessarily that. It will still need operators to feed in the details to the algorithm so that the algorithm can give output. The nature of your role is going to change, right? You will no longer be required to personally assess the documents. You will need to know how to use an AI tool which will help you give you results faster. Your ability to process more business loan applications is going to go up, right? It's not going to take your place. So this was approval. So you can see the approval rates has gone up, 100% digital, no paperwork. The first application case study to BFSI. The second one. How many of you all have been part of Flipkart's Big Billion Days? You all have heard of the Big Billion Days, right? Lots of great deals, especially in the if you want to buy electronics or cell phones, Big Billion Days is one of the best time in the year because the deals are mind-blowing. Now, Flipkart also uses AI. How do you get same-day delivery or next-day delivery? And that too across a country the size of India. It requires some mind-boggling logistical planning, right? It needs the products to be moved into the right warehousing, which is close to your area of stay. And all this is done by a thing called predictive analysis, which Flipkart does using AI algorithms based on the browsing history of the people staying in that area. So when they know that people in Pune is a more student-centric city, there are more youngsters staying out here, more out-of-state city population which comes and lives in Pune, they will be seeing your browsing history before the big days. And they'll say, okay, these youngsters have been browsing a lot on these specific categories of cell phone models. So the chances are the demand for this is going to be more. And they will push stocks of those mobiles to the warehouse in advance. And that's how you get your delivery much faster. Real-time analytics, seasonal intelligence based on even things like festivals. So Diwali, Christmas, Valentine's Day, AI knows. They know exactly seasonally what demand goes up for what products and services. Mithai during Diwali, record-breaking sales. New clothes, again, record-breaking. Now, Gudi Padwa is coming. They know what people buy during Gudi Padwa. Gold or gold-related jewelry of all types, right? So sales for that will go up. So naturally, seasonal intelligence is very smart. That's what AI can do. And pre-positioning of products, moving it to warehouses to get it done faster delivery, right? So even the things like Blinkit and Zepto, which is quick commerce, is based a lot on the areas, the dark stores. The dark stores are where all your stocks are kept of products which they want to send to a particular area. So if you're living in, say, Wakad, vis-a-vis you living somewhere in Talegaon, dark stores inventory would be very different. The inventory is decided by the geographical area you live in, and that's what they analyze. Blinkit, Zepto analyzes past lakhs of transactions of each area, and it is able to predict what is the kind of product inventory it needs to maintain in every area which it services. And that again is part of the AI tools which are embedded into the inventory management systems. Okay. Last but not the least, the third case study. Tata Steel, massive manufacturing facilities. The earlier two cases were more related to e-commerce and banking, finance, service industry. Let's look at a manufacturing sector application. Large, gigantic furnaces and machinery. All of the machinery today, all of the furnaces today have embedded IoT devices in them, which 365 days of the year, 7 days of the week, 24/7 are giving tons and tons of data into large supercomputers at Tata Steel. And entire data of any machine or furnace, temperature, measurements, vibrations, performance, everything is documented very, very accurately. And the moment there is a deviation from the behavior, expected behavior of the machine, there is a red flag which is raised, which tells the engineers that there might be a problem coming in this furnace or in this machinery. And that allows the engineers to do something which is very important, is preventive maintenance. Rather than going to a doctor once you fall sick, if you know that something is going to go wrong, which is what AI allows you to do. So this application is even there in the field of medical science today. Today, CT scanning or X-rays, there are AI tools which, if you put up an X-ray of your chest, if you think that you're having a congestion problem, and you take a chest X-ray and you put it up on a device to compare with AI, using AI technology, it will compare your X-ray with lakhs of similar X-rays of people of your gender, of your age group, and it will tell you what is the likely problem that you have. It can even predict people may be heading towards, say, serious diseases like cancer or heart problems, etc., just by seeing your CT scans and comparing them with the entire database which it has as a LLM. So see the way AI is impacting any sector, medical, manufacturing, services, all the sectors. So see the kind of savings, downtime reduction by 85%, cost savings by 40%, and productivity improvement by 25%. That's the power of AI. So what I want to ask you people now is, one, I don't know which leader, I think it was Sam Altman, I think he said that few decades ago, managers were only managing people. Today, managers and leaders are managing people and technology. But going ahead, you will be managing, the next generation would need to manage people, technology, and artificial intelligence. An intelligence of a very different kind, an intelligence which is even more powerful than maybe our own intelligence. Right? So that's the reality, that's the future which y'all are heading towards. So I'm going to leave you with one last question before we get into a fun quiz. I want to do a fun quiz with you people before I end. The question is, you guys, the next generation of business leaders, how will you use AI to create an even bigger impact? A bigger impact to your own careers. Let's begin with that. You as an individual. Second, a bigger impact to the organization you work with. And last but not the least, of course, a bigger impact to the society and India as a nation. It has been rightly said that the number of billionaires which the internet generation created, AI has the power to create 3x more billionaires. So maybe amongst you is sitting someone who will come up with a startup idea using AI and create the next unicorn of India. You all have the potential and AI has the ability to help you to achieve that. Most of the unicorns you see today are all internet-driven unicorns. Some of them, of course, are already using AI. I'll give you one more case study. You'll have heard of Salesforce. How many of you have heard of Salesforce? What does Salesforce do? Can anyone tell me what is Salesforce? One sentence, one word, come on. What is Salesforce? Sorry? Cloud-based CRM. Wonderful. That's it. One sentence. It describes what Salesforce is. Have you heard of Zoho? What is Zoho? Sorry? The answer is the same. It's also a cloud-based CRM, right? Or it's an enterprise management software. The Salesforce, the difference being Salesforce is a global top 100 company, top 100, you can say amongst the top 100 in the world in terms of what it delivers as solutions across the world. Zoho is an Indian unicorn. It's an Indian company which took on, and the differentiator which made Zoho achieve what it did was its ability to embed AI into its CRM and use the power of AI to provide better solutions, very customized solutions to industries across India at one-third the value in terms of the cost. Salesforce is way costlier than Zoho. But AI made the difference. And Zoho is today a Indian unicorn, right? So that power is available to each one of y'all. Y'all can think big, think AI as a friend and an ally and not something to be scared of. Okay? Great. What we're going to do, of course, AI has also one of the, I would say maybe challenges of AI is it is blurred the difference between reality and what is generated by AI. And to prove that point, I'm going to show you a few images. Which one, according to you, okay, here are the rules. Now, Jibin is going to, he's controlling the thing out there and he's going to tell you all. You have to guess, there are two images which I'm going to show you all. You need to guess which is the real image and which is the AI generated image. Are you able to spot the difference or not? That is what we're going to try and do. Okay? Jibin, can we have the first image, please? Left or right? Which is the AI generated image? Yeah, it's a 50% chance. The one on the left was AI generated. Okay, because the dust, impact of the dust, you have to learn to spot that. Okay, that's a little unnatural. Left or right? Yeah, right was the AI generated. It looked too good to be true, right? Okay, next one. Has to be the one on the left. Come on, again, it looks too good to be true, right? The right one looked at least a little realistic. Okay, next one. Very interesting. Both are AI generated. Oh, both are real. That's AI generated. Could you spot that? Right? Not that easy. It looks the same. Even I couldn't differentiate it, to be honest, when he showed it to me. Okay. Top, bottom. Indira University, reality beats AI, right? Both are the same. Thank you. I hope you all had, that was a interesting opening up your thoughts, thought-provoking opening welcome address to you all. Now we are going to be looking forward to our keynote address, which we have an extremely distinguished, extremely intelligent, experienced person who is here amongst us. And I hand over to Alok to introduce that person and call him to take over. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Well, yes, rightly said, reality beats AI. Nothing can beat a human intelligence which is there. So that was a wonderful start to the day. And it's a proud moment to welcome Mr. Murari Ramuka. He's an AI technology strategist. And the topic is Beyond the Prompt, Building the AI First Enterprise. Guys, warm applause as Mr. Ramuka walks up and delivers his session.
Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a great breakfast. Yes, no, oh my God, sorry to hear that. If it is due to me, I really apologize that you have to come on time. Okay, I know the MBA and the engineering students always like to be late. Okay, and always like to be at the last moment, right? I still remember my engineering days. Exam is on 28. 26, we go and search for the book, right? And that's how we are. So that is how we have completed our engineering. Good to be here, back to the, what I'll say, my core passion. I always feel to be connected with students, with the colleges, communities, right? And that is something which I carry with myself. My name is Murari Ramuka. This is not my Google Pay QR code, please, right? It is my LinkedIn QR code. And in case you want to get it connected with me, please feel free to scan and get it in touch. I'm very much passionate about sharing and learning, right? I think this would be my almost 500 plus webinar or seminar which I am interacting. I do a lot of such thing. I am right now pursuing my PhD from IIT. I completed my engineering back in 2006 with DY Patil, University third ranker, and then by God grace, since then I'm working into the data and AI space. Currently, I'm associated with Microsoft. Before that, I was with Google and working as an AI strategist, right? I have very limited time, unfortunately, but I would be very happy to connect with you offline in case you want to ask anything. I teach at Imperial Data Science College, London, Massachusetts College of US, right? So this is my passion, right? As I said, I do a lot of such thing. I authored a book and others. This is the first time I'm coming to the Indira College. Thanks to Chetan sir and Alok sir for inviting me here. What I'm going to talk, and there are few slides, right? But I always feel that slide is just a medium, right? We need to have a interaction. And if I will maybe if I'm devoting my 30, 35 odd minute, you should also pick something from it. And that is what my end goal is, right? Slide is just a medium, right? And I don't believe on slide. I believe on direct conversation. Okay. So feel free to ask and stop me anytime if you have any question. Okay, I will be very happy to answer that. But I also request something from you. I would request this 30 minutes to be completely devoted on this session. This is my humble request, right? Because I also spend my time, coming from my busy schedule. So at least I can expect that from you, right? So with that, let me start asking this. AI was there, right? AI came in 1950s or 1942. Yes, no? AI was there, right? It's not that AI came very recently. Everybody know that, right? Yes or no? Yes. Then what something has been changed with generative AI? In 4 days, there was a 4 million subscriber on ChatGPT. What was that? Why people suddenly jumped to ChatGPT? What was something unique there? AI was there. 1950 से AI है. 2000 what 20 is when ChatGPT came. 21. What happened suddenly? Which has not happened in last 70 years. Yes, folks. Simple question. This could be one of the case study for your MBA as well. What does that revolution happen which suddenly invoke everyone and get it registered to ChatGPT? Accessibility. Anyone else? No? Make your brain work. I know it's morning time, it will start slow, but still please. No? So before ChatGPT, AI was always to be treated as a technical world, right? That I am talking about data scientist who is a technical person. Yes, no? Yes, right? But when that ChatGPT come, my father also started using it. Is it technical? So that was the biggest difference, that the AI came to the consumer persona and allows consumer to start leveraging the power of AI. You are using it as a user rather than creator. Yes or no? Very clear? So tell me what happened, right? The first ChatGPT, and as I said, I want to be making it as interactive as possible, okay? So please bother or ask as much as questions possible to me, right? So what happened, right, when ChatGPT came? Anybody tried back in 2021 when this ChatGPT came? Yes, no? No, oh my God. So I was asking something and it was giving me something else, right? I asked who is the Prime Minister of India. It says Lal Bahadur Shastri or Morarji Desai. Is what wrong? Is it wrong? What is wrong here? Wrong is your prompt, because you are not asking who is the current Prime Minister. Correct? And that is where what happened as the things evolved, the problem like hallucination. What is hallucination, by the way? Yeah, folks, please. At least I can expect this. What is hallucination? Sorry? Breakfast नहीं हुआ लगता सच में जो भी आंसर दे रहे हैं. Yeah, anyone, please? What is hallucination? Trying to build the thing at their own which doesn't exist, right? Something like non-realistic response, or maybe to be too more creative. Yes? And the second problem was token limit, which we call it a context window, right? आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 2000 words मिलेंगे in the starting. Now the LLM gives a good 2-3 pages of output as well. but initially it was very limited, right? So those were the challenges. Okay, let me ask this, going back, how does this LLM came in? Who invented it? Sorry if I'm going technical, but I understand these are the basics and at least everybody should be aware about it. Who invented this LLM and where does it came from? Anyone? It came from a research paper called Transformer, which was published back in 2017 by Google, and the title of that paper was "Attention is what you need." As a human, we all are here to gain the attention, and that was the simple logic of the LLM which has been introduced. The paper was published by Google, and OpenAI picked it and developed the ChatGPT model on top of that. Okay, so we are here to talk about what is beyond the prompt and how we can go ahead and build the AI first enterprise, right? And when we talk about that, there are so many things which we understand, right? What right now we do? We use LLM for writing an email, writing a birthday message, right? Correcting my paragraph, right? All those things is something which we use the LLM for. Yes, no? What we do? We go to ChatGPT, we go to Gemini, open a prompt, give this, please help me to write one paragraph for this. Please help me to write what is transformer, which Murari is asking about. Correct? So all those things is something which we use, right? But what industry looks for? Industry will not ask just a prompt. Yes, because industry want to know the intelligence from their own data. Are you following me? Not following me? Yes, no? Still with me? So when I saying they want to get the intelligence from their data, they may have the sales data, they may have the marketing data, and they want to understand which marketing campaign worked for them. Yes, that intelligence LLM have. If Indira College want to understand that which marketing campaign worked for me best, does LLM have that information? Sorry? How come if it is there, then it's a very security breach? Because that is your internal data, right? And that internal data is not exposed to LLM. LLM has only the generic knowledge. If that is there published in somewhere in the newspaper, etc., that may be there. But until unless you feed your own data, you will not have that intelligence, right? And hence, the enterprises are going towards building an enterprise grade software using the power of AI. Okay, so it may not be just a prompt, but there will be multiple things which will come into a picture by feeding your own data, by making it orchestrator, by making it work, right? And that is where what you do is you are trying to do a personalization, you are trying to make sure that it is compliant with the organization, right? So basically, what is the difference now? Difference between a prompt and to an enterprise application is what? So prompt we are intended to use for ourselves, right? As simple as that. We need some information, we go to ChatGPT, we go to Gemini and ask a question. But when any organization build the enterprise application, what they look for? What they look for? They look for the intent. Intent will be definitely at an organization level or at a college level. They look for the integration of their different data, which could be PDF, previous marketing events, student record, etc., right? And then last but not the least is infrastructure, right? And that makes a enterprise grade software using AI. I think anybody read or remember the latest study which is presented by McKinsey, which says that 90% of AI projects are getting failed. Anybody has gone through it? You are MBA student, right? Which year MBA? First year, second year? First year, okay. Then I can take that advantage, okay. But so McKinsey has recently, I think not recently, 3-4 months back, presented a case study saying that 90% of the AI projects are getting failed. Why? Again, because of these reasons that where you don't have the proper intent, you don't know what to solve for. Everybody is into the AI race and you are just trying to push and solve for it. I think let me switch, okay, rather than this key stats and other. Everybody heard a company called ID. which is a dosa maker company, dosa ghol maker. IDs, green color packet आती है उसकी, correct? They make idli, dosa, ghol, right? We were working for a use case, okay? They make chapatis also. You know that, right? ID make chapatis also. So when they make the chapati, there is a possibility that it can burn, right? अब chapati बना रहे हैं तो जल भी सकती है. There could be so many other dots, right? So there was a set of people who were basically looking at the chapati, identifying the category. Category मतलब it's premium, medium, low, and depending on the pricing will happen. ठीक है? Simple? Yes, no? You understood the problem statement? क्या है problem statement? What is the problem statement? Identify the category of chapatis. As simple as that, right? And it was done by human. Yes? What we did? Now LLM comes with multi-model capability. What does it mean is it can read the image and generate the output. In the real time, we placed a camera on top of tawa. Okay, once the chapati is made, we are clicking the photo, and with a prompt, we are just giving a simple guidance that how many black dots are there, what is the size of black dots, whether it is black or brown, please identify. And depending on these outputs, I am just categorizing this chapati into 3 sections: premium, medium, and low. So this is the exact power of LLM. Isn't it mind-blowing? Nobody can think of this use case also, and this has been implemented onto the soft floor of IT. अब इससे सबसे बड़ा ये क्या, you should ask a question, and I expected this question. Murari, what happened to the person who were classifying the chapatis? Is there a question in the mind? So they need to go ahead and upskill themselves and try to validate the output which is coming from AI, because we cannot 100% dependent on AI. Okay, let me go and talk about, right? So this is the current scenario. Most of the organizations are stuck at chatbot layer, trying to maybe just do a bit of, what I'll say, POCs, scale nothing, right? So these are the current scenario of the organization where people are not able to finalize that how they want to use the AI into their business critical scenario. I think Chetan sir spoke about Tata Steel. I was the fortunate enough who developed that system for them. Okay, so the predictive maintenance, the soft floor, all those is something which, and I'm a hardcore technologist. So I basically developed with working with them and developed that system for them. Let me come back again. Everybody use Big Basket? Yes, no? Okay, so there was one prototyping which we are doing, right? It will start by asking a question, what is top of your mind or what you want to cook? And I say, I want to eat paneer chili. Let's take an example. It starts giving me the recipe for that it needs 200 gram of paneer, 50 gram of onion, depending on how many persons you have selected, etc. It gives a proper recipe in whatever language you want. After giving the recipe, the next question it asks, do you have paneer at your home? You say no. Okay, how many people you are preparing this paneer chili for? 4. Automatically 250 grams of paneer will be added to your cart. The next question, do you have soya sauce with you? No. Okay, you want to keep soya sauce for future? Do you use soya sauce for day-to-day cooking? If you say yes, it will add 150 ml of soya sauce into your cart. So that is the customized cart which has been built for you for that particular product or that particular recipe. That is the power of AI. Okay. Last example which I would like to give, everybody understand may have ordered something using bewkoof.com. You have heard of the company called bewkoof.com? Oh, good to know that at least. It's a Aditya Birla group of company. What they do? Sorry? अरे एक साथ बोलोगे तो कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा, एक एक करके तो बोलो. What they do? Sorry? T-shirt. They get your customized T-shirt printed or whatever customized thing done. Now consider I want a T-shirt with Spider-Man in what do you say, black cloth. Okay, they have a very specific catalog. May not have a Spider-Man in black cloth. What they will do? They will say, no, sorry, this is not available with us. Because you are a customer, you can be going any level of creativity, right? There is no creativity can stop you, right? What they have done, they have used the power of AI to give you a prompt, and you can write saying that I want a t-shirt to be printed with Spider-Man in black cloth. It will generate 3 images. You select one image, go to next, and that image will get printed onto a t-shirt and will deliver to your place. So that is the power of AI, which our Mr. Honorable Prime Minister Modi was talking about. Right? We have so many such problems to solve and automate and leverage the power of AI to solve for it. Right? What I will do is I will not go through these slides. I think it makes sense to talk about one of the case study which we did with uh, Maharashtra Police. Okay, again using the power of AI. So let me quickly go and try to bring that in front of you rather than talking too much on the slides.
Cybercrime. It is all about financial frauds and it is global.
Nagpur Rural receives about 30 cybercrime reports every single day. So you can imagine the kind of influx of cybercrime reporting that's taking place.
तो मैं विड्रॉ करना चाह रही थी, तो विड्रॉ जहाँ डेली के शेयर्स आते थे, टिप्स आते थे, मैंने अमाउंट पे भी किया, बट स्टिल और कुछ ना कुछ चार्जेस पे चार्जेस वो डिमांड करते गए. तुम्ही त्या आल्यात नीतू मॅडम आणि त्यांनी त्यांच्या केस बद्दल सांगितलं, पण असे केसेस हँडल करायला असे टूल्स किंवा असे काही इक्विपमेंट जे असतात त्या थ्रू आम्ही मग ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी करू शकतो.
Mahacrime OS serves as an investigation profiler. You're able to have an agent that is able to detect the patterns, able to make sense of it, have it speak to the direction of the investigation itself. The Maharashtra government, through Marvel, has collaborated with both Microsoft as well as CyberEye in terms of adapting Crime OS for the needs of Maharashtra.
Ethical and responsible AI for public good is our motto. And Microsoft has provided us a very safe and advanced platform.
महाक्राईम ओएस एआय जे आहे काम जे आहे फास्ट करून देते, म्हणजे पुरावे जास्त आम्हाला भेटतात, म्हणजे वेळ गेलेला नसते तर त्याला आरोपीला पुरावे नष्ट करायला वेळ भेटत नाही.
Mahacrime OS AI is built using multiple technologies. Underlying this is Azure and AI services through Microsoft Foundry. We're also using Defender for Cloud and Microsoft Fabric. With Mahacrime OS AI, the turnaround times of investigations are decreased by 80%. Almost 100% of investigations are getting digitally registered and investigators are acting upon.
So that makes me really proud that we're able to adapt emerging technology to fulfill the needs of several millions of people across the state and make government function much more effectively and transparently for them.
If AI is properly used in governance, we can make the lives of people easier.
और पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, वो जगह जगह पे जाकर के आरोपी पकड़ के ला रही है, बस तो वो एक होप है मैम कि वो आएगा.
लोकांच्या चेहऱ्यावर जे खुशीचे हास्य येते त्यांचे पैसे परत भेटल्यानंतर ते आम्हाला खूप समाधान देते आणि पुढील काम करायला प्रेरणा देते. मॅडम,
This is just one of the case study which is implemented. Again, Satya did present in front of Devendra Fadnavis when he was here in the month of December, right? So this case study was again presented with Satya at that time, right? Again, there's so much of AI which definitely can help in our day-to-day work. I have given you few examples starting with maybe ID, then we have spoken about Big Basket and couple of others, right? But what I also believe, and one very important point which I would iterate is, though AI can solve most of the problem, but you need to be very, very ethical, right? And that's where the responsible AI and ethical AI comes into the picture. I still remember one dialogue which comes in Spider-Man with more power, more responsibility comes. But definitely we need to make sure that whenever we try to use AI, we need to be very, very ethical and responsible and try to leverage it for our best uses rather than maybe just using it for, what I'll say, for any other adverse effect, right? So again, these are something like a trap, which I will quickly call out, right? That try to look for these traps versus the fix, right? So don't go and forget the human element, right? We cannot rely, though we are talking about agentic AI, sir call about agentic AI, but agentic, making 100% autonomous agentic AI could be dangerous. You always need to do a human in the loop, which is HTIL, right? And accordingly try to use for, what will say, validation loop with a human, right? Define the framework, define the governance, define the security guardrails while leveraging these particular tools. Otherwise, it can also give you adverse impact onto your day-to-day. Again, this is one of the things which we have recently come up with, which is the agent mode. If you use any of the, what I'll say, Microsoft Office product like Word, Excel, and others, generally during our financial, we do a lot of forecasting, computation of the data across multiple sheets. Recently, there's an agent mode which has been came in Excel, which do everything for you. And the good part, it is working, right? Because we believe that when it comes to numbers, AI doesn't work, but it's working, right? And it's very powerful when it comes to the number crunching and trying to do a forecast, building the charts, etc. I have not played the video just to save the time, but happy to answer any questions if you have, right? I will just maybe say that prompt is just the beginning, but you should look for putting and building the enterprise grade solutions or enterprise grade product by leveraging the different charters which I just spoke about, which is nothing but governance, right? Yeah. So let's try to build and make it. So these are the 5 pillars which you should look for. Okay, when you are trying to build the transformation, it may not be just the AI, but you should look for the data and infrastructure, governance, people skill, intelligent process, and AI platform, right? So these are the very important levers when you go ahead and try to think and build it for your enterprise AI landscape. With that, I will just conclude my session. Happy to answer any follow-up questions if you have before we conclude, right? So the best way of the future is to predict, not and just build it. It's not just predicting, but this is a very powerful statement which is given by Alan, that the best way to predict the future is to build it rather than just predicting it, right? So with that, I will just conclude my session. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your 35 minutes. I hope you have learned something new, and happy to answer any questions if you have anything which is coming into your brain. Sir, मेरे job का क्या होगा? मेरे को job मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा? This is a very common question I always answer. Yes, please. So very good question. And if you have seen the 5 pillar, which 5 transformation pillar which I have shown, the first pillar was the data infrastructure. So until and unless you have the right data, until and unless you have a clean and proper data for uses, your AI will not work. So the foundation is definitely going to the data infrastructure, and on top of that, the AI will going to work. Whether it's generative AI, traditional AI, whatever it is, but you need to have a governed and very powerful and very streamlined data infrastructure, which we generally call is a data lake or data warehouse or data lake house, whatever it is. Okay, thanks for asking that question. I hope I was able to answer your. Yeah, cool. Any other question? Yes, please, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is Shivani Bhattacharya. for students like us who are will enter in workforce soon. So can you please tell us that what kind of thinking or skills should be developed to stay relevant in AI for AI for
I got your question. Thanks for asking that. And very relevant question considering today's era, right? One tip which I always give to all the students, make AI your buddy, right? Don't get threatened that if I will use AI, my job will be impacted. No. If you are not going to adopt AI, AI is going to adopt you. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so make sure that you start leveraging AI as much as possible into day-to-day work so that you develop the practice of using the AI. Whenever you go to any job, you keep that practice because that helps you to gain productivity, efficiency into your job role. You can save that time, use it for learning, use it for extra work. So very important, if you are not if you are not using the AI, you are going to be redundant. Make sure that everyone here in the classroom, anyone should start leveraging AI. Make sure that at least 4 to 5 times you go to ChatGPT, Gemini or anything and use it for your day-to-day purpose. Could be anything. I'm going for a meeting, getting a brief description, how my storyline should be. I'm going for a lecture, what is latest going on that space. Right? There are multiple ways to go ahead and use the AI for. Okay, and prepare it, right? So it's not just prompt writing is one thing, but go a bit of deeper and understand that how does it works also, because that gives you a bit of deep understanding. Any other questions we have? This side of group? No question? I hope good morning to you. You are still awake? No question? Cool. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it, folks. I hope you like the session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramuka, for that presentation. And thank you, students, for making it interactive. A couple of you asked questions. If you guys could just stand up and give your name to my colleague Ramesh, the girl and the guy who stood ask questions, just give them your name. You know that lady in the specs, yeah. Okay, can I have Professor Vakalkar step up to present memento and thank Murariji for his presentation and his, most important, his time and his experience here.
Thank you very much. Yeah. But actually I change it depending on how does the audience is. So I focus on
All right, a few minutes. Chetan sir, if you would be on stage. Murariji, just need 30 seconds of your time. Please be on stage. Our next speaker is Himanshu Jain. If you could just kindly join them on stage, please. And I believe we already got the next panel also in attendance. So we've been very prompt in terms of getting people join and interact because it's good to put a face to the call that you make. Can I have Adarsh? Adarsh Srivastav. His intro is already on the agenda sheet. Can I have Madhvi Sharma? Amit Gandhi? Zubin Kutar? Tejas Dabalia? Sumit Mundada? Priyanka Shah? And Himanshu Badlia. Okay, can I have the logo brought up, please, for release?
hello. Okay. Good to see you. Hey. Good.
Yes. Okay. Instructions very simple. As per our intelligence, you need to release it at your end first. So the wrapper will be at your side.
Okay.
Not towards the audience, yeah. Turn it around, sir. Turn it around. Yeah. Perfect. Can I have one volunteer from the students here? If you can be around to collect the wrappers which are looking out, if you could kindly be here. Thank you. We have some more hands. Famous songs, I think. Now, kids will show you what they just unveiled. Just show it to the audience here. That's the World HRD Congress AI theme for next year. That's the 35th year of the World HRD Congress. It's now been a part now. It's growing. It's now the World HRD AI Congress. So thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies on stage for revealing that. And thank you so much, Murari, for your kind session. I will have my next speaker come up in a few seconds. So you may take your seats and enjoy the rest of proceedings at this wonderful hall here. We'll take the logos. All right, our next speaker for the morning is Himanshu Jain, Director of Software Engineering of HMH Tech India. And his topic is reimagining the education ecosystem in the age of intelligent machines. As his presentation comes online,
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm audible? Great. Okay. So my name is Manshu Jain. Hello everyone. Okay. So I'm going to talk about something for which actually you come to this college. It's about education, right? And it is changing a lot and I'm going to talk about it. So I am working with HMH. HMH is around 200 years old company which works on tech, and we are also heavily started using AI and building AI every other day to solve the learner education and the institution problem which they are facing because education need a scale. Okay, so how many of you actually learn something outside of your classroom, maybe from YouTube, ChatGPT, or any other tool? Anyone? Okay, so you can see that the education is not limited to the classroom now. It is already beyond the classroom. So today I will talk about more about the intelligence system. Now my goal is after this seminar, I would like to have at least 10 tech apps developed from all of you in a week time. Okay, so that is my objective, that I should educate people what can be built in EdTech and how easily you can build, but how difficult it is when you think about a scale, which we already have. So in this session, we will start with, before going to the solution, we will start with the problems. We try to understand what is the scale, right? As an MBA student, you know what is the scale means is, right? So we will try to understand what is the scale at the global level, India level, and then we will try to understand for a few use cases, what we can solve using AI, and then we will see how we can solve, and then we will go into what can be future of education using AI. Okay. So right now, since many years, we are moved to digitization. We have the digital content since many years now. We started with pen and books. So in my time, we always had books, hard copy, and we used to refer those notes, and we had pen and paper. Then we moved to digital content. Now everything is, most of the things are digital. You have PDF, you have a digital LMS platform, and so on. So we have done with that transformation. But that transformation is just a digital transformation of the content. But it was not intelligent enough to understand the learner, right? That is why we have a teacher who understand the student as well. They guide through them because they understand where you are facing the problem. And here is actually the AI comes into the picture. So before, as I said, we try to understand the scale. So it's a $1 trillion industry. We don't think about it a lot, but education is a $1 trillion industry where most of the spend is actually happening on the infrastructure actually. We have a school, college, we have all these infrastructure, we have education expenses and so on. And now education is not limited to the that we have done with the college and our education is over. I'm still learning every other day because that is a demand right now. You have to reskill, upskill every other day. So even the companies are spending so much money to reskill their employees. So it's a $1 trillion business what we are talking about. The only thing is, it is less, it is very, it is not, we have not spent so much on the digital format. We have spent less than 4% till date. Okay. So it is going to improve because of AI. Because of AI, right now the market is $7 billion and it is going to increase by $100 billion more in upcoming years. So you can see what kind of a business we are talking about. Another challenge is there are 2 billion plus learner by 250. There is a crisis of having teachers. We are still have lots of opening for teachers in many institutes, and it is going to increase further because we cannot have teacher because like the student is growing, right? The student are going very fast, but we don't have that infrastructure and the upscalings and the teaching methodology or availability. And because of that, this gap is going to increase. This is not going to decrease at all. Right now also for one teacher, there are approximately 40 students. And think about for 40 students, how difficult for a teacher to focus on everyone. Think about a student who is not good in a certain topic and he or she is also shy to ask any question in the classroom. What will happen with her or after over time? Right? He or she will feel that she or he will is not good, and then they will get diverted from the education. And that is the real problem. And here where AI can help. With AI, you can have the personalized tutor for each and every student 24/7. Okay, now zoom into India. India has a different level of problem. We already have millions of schools, millions of teachers, and millions of students. We have a diversity in language, and we also have infrastructure issues. Not everyone has a good smartphone or good network. Right? Being in Pune is a separate story, but think about the villages where people have the limited resources. But we would like to have this equal opportunity for each and everyone. So how the things has started? This all about the problems and now how the different countries are approaching to solve this problem using AI. So many countries have evolved with many policies. They already have few or other policies. Finland, even India has education AI in education policies right now in place. So we as a developer, this is our responsibility to to use those policy and develop some solutions for the students, learner, and educators. Okay. There is one concept called shadow AI. I'm not sure if you have seen that was also in the previous deck when Murari was presenting. So shadow AI is another problem which we are facing, where students are able to learn a lot very quickly, where they're adopting AI a lot, but uh, due to the different reasons, we are not able to create those policy in that moments. And that is why students are not using AI very properly. So how many of you actually completed your assignment, assessment using AI? Right? Very honest people. Okay, good. So that is the thing, right? So we are completing our assignment, assessment, everything, but are we learning in the same way which supposed to be, right? We are not learning in that way. We are not using our cognitive ability in a similar way. And that is creating long-term problem for us. So this is about the problems. I discussed lots of problems what we have. And now what we can build. What are the solutions we can build to solve this attack problem? So I divide the attack in 4 different categories. You can build a solution for learner, like students. We can build the solution for teacher. We can build the solution for institutes. And we can build the solution for content publisher. Anyone know what is content publisher? Okay, so whatever the content you see, the books, whatever they are using, right? Those are the content publishers. And they are also using AI very heavily. So one of the key concept when we started, when we need to start the AI for the student is adaptive learning. So in adaptive learning, uh, you know Netflix, right? Netflix, how many people watch any movie or series on Netflix? Everyone? So Netflix can understand what you should watch next. Right? It can predict. Swiggy can understand what you should eat next. Zomato can understand what you should eat next. Amazon can predict what you should buy next. But have you seen any learning system which can predict what you should learn next? And that is the thing which is adaptive learning can solve. Adaptive learning can come up with the suggestion, the right suggestion only for you, which is right only for you, not for the other student or your friends. So that kind of a system is an adaptive learning system which can be built using AI. Another problem which I told you as a scale, analyticals. So we need to track every student how they are interacting with the content to know what exactly they are enjoying, what they are not enjoying, and all that. And all those things we can it is not easy to capture all those details, because you can just think about millions of students are using your system, and you need to monitor their every click. You need to monitor how they are using their systems, and you need to capture their details and do the analyticals out of it. It is not a toy ML. You need to have a very good system in place to build such kind of a system. For publisher, as a publisher, we need to create lots of content, assessment, assignment, and so on. As a teacher, I know teacher also create law per assignment for the students every other day to make sure that they are learning, right? And creating assignment, assessment, and grading them, it's not a very easy job. It's an overhead for every other teacher, right? And that can be easily solved by AI. So why I'm telling you all this is because these are the systems which you can build for your college, for your universities. Okay. The another one is a bigger problem which content creator face is having the book for every other state. For example, if I am a content creator, I create a book for mathematics class 8th, and then I created this book considering the CBSE course. Now I want to publish that book for the Maharashtra board or MP board or maybe the IB board. Should I rewrite the whole book? It will take a lots of time for me, right? What if I can understand very easily what is the content aligned and what is not aligned, and I just focus on that what is not aligned and create a supplementary course out of it and give it to the respective people, right? In that way, I can easily reach to the multiple markets, and that is what we are doing for many customers actually. Building a AI tutor, I can bet every good teacher will have AI twin in future. For example, the Khan sir, who teaches very well, right? But I cannot interact with Khan sir on a daily basis, right? If I can't ask him question on a daily basis because he's very busy, right? He's already have so many students and so on, right? So what if there is a tune of Khan sir? And I can ask the question to that AI avatar, and it give me the answer in the same way which Khan sir will give me. Can you guys will build a system where every teacher can go and create his own avatar? It's not that difficult, right? You just need to have a knowledge source. You need to mimic his style, pronunciations, way of teaching. All those things you need to capture. Create a good system which have all those things and start using LLM to predict in a similar way, right? Actually, at least text-based twin we can easily build. But that is going to happen. You will sooner see in a platform where every teacher will go and create their own digital twin, because in that way they can reach to many, many more learners. As I said, it is a very scalable solution which we need to build when you build for the EdTech. It's not the smaller system which you build, because millions of students use it at the same time. For example, when we build assessment systems, and we are building for our company, and I have built for my previous company, where we used to have millions of students are giving the exam on the same time, exact same time, right? Because exam timing are same for every students. So millions of students start using the system on the same times. They start submitting their assignment, they start fetching the question the same time, and our system needs to work. Otherwise they will fail, right? And we cannot take that. Otherwise government will ban their software for lifetime, right? So you need to have a big responsibility to make sure that system should work and system should support that kind of a scale. At the same time, we need to also take care about the privacy. You can't keep all the data of students in your system. Or if you keep, you need to be very, very secure. You need to have build with all other compliances. So how it is, this is now, till that I have explained you what is the global scale, what is the different things you can build, what is the things are getting built as of today. And now I will focus on the future trend, what I'm seeing right now, how the things are moving forward. So I'm seeing the agentic framework are getting into the picture in every loop of the learning. It can detect what the students are learning, how they are performing, and then it can also recommend the right courses to them and nudge them in the right time. For example, for one of the customer, what we have built is, are you using Canvas or any other LMS platform? Yeah. So for inside that we have built one kind of agent which keep monitoring your progress and also see if any assignment is coming in few days, if any if any course completion date is coming. It keep looking those information is for each and every individuals, And as soon as you log in, it gives you the motivation. Hey, your exam is coming. These are the material you should think about. These are the link you should go through. Hey, your course completion is not going as required. So you need to focus on this. You need to spend 2 hours on it and so on. So it keeps nudging the student to make sure that they are making progress every other day. So how to build? I know how many people are from MBA? Everyone? Yeah. So have you ever seen the JD of AI product manager? Because some of you may become the product manager, right, in future. So have you seen product manager, not the AI product manager, the product manager JD of any top company, Google, Microsoft, and so on? Have you ever seen the recent JD? So in recent JD, they don't ask you only about the management. They also they tell you, if you go LinkedIn just now and search for it, you will find they will say, you need to know how to build and create the POC and show to others. Like, this is expected that you can build your own POC, prototypes. And this is possible now because of AI. Because you just need to give the prompt, the right prompt and the right tool, and you can build your own prototype. You don't need a developer for that. Okay? So I suggest everyone to use these 3 tools. Maybe the Google AI Studio, which is very easy. You can go and prompt, okay, and you can do the brainstorming over there about your product. For example, if you want to build a product where I give a topic, and that topic should be explainable in for different level of students, maybe for class 2, class 5, class 10, or the college students. For example, if the topic is AI, right? You cannot have the same kind of description for college students and the class 2 students, right? Class 2 student will understand that differently. Class 10 student will understand them differently with different example, different scenario, and the college student should have the different scenario, different examples, right? And you want to build such kind of a software. There is a requirement from the customer side. You can go to Google AI Studio. You can do some brainstorming on the requirement. You can come up with the right set of the requirements, okay? And then anti-gravity is a bit of coding tool, but if you skip it also, you can directly go to Jules. Okay, Jules is a asynchronous AI agent, where you can give the requirement and can build the whole solution and deploy also. Okay, so everyone, even though you don't know the coding, you can certainly build a good prototype, and it will give a good impact to your customer to get them on board with you. Okay. Also, what we are seeing is where it is going. It is pretty much possible that we will see the multimodal AI tutor very soon, where not only the AI tutor can talk with you on the text, but they can see you, right? Right now, the Khan Academy already developed one AI solution which can see your mathematics solutions, and it can guide you each and every step to solve the mathematical problem. It can see your screen and guide you through. At the same time, think about you are in the lab, and AI is looking at you, and you are mixing 2 chemicals, and it will tell you what quantity you should mix and all that, right? You can ask exactly which wire I should connect, and what will happen if I connect these 2 wires, right? So this kind of invention you will see in just maybe 1 or 2 years. Similarly, in AR, VR, they are here since a long time, but think beyond it, where you can go to the virtual world and AI help you to talk with those virtual objects and try to understand those virtual concepts in more details. Traditional exam will change, like many of us, we have given the examination at the end of the semester, and we have to revise everything and then give the exam and we get the score, right? And there's a huge burden for the student as well, because they have to learn and remember each and everything. and maybe not everyone has the same pace. And practically, it is not possible for institutes or teacher to take the exam in every other day. Because as I said, it's a huge effort from the teacher and institutes to conduct any exams. But if we AI in place, it is possible that everyone can give the exam very continuously, because that can happen asynchronously, personalized for each and every students, right? And then the skill measurement can happen in that way. So the rethinking of exam, which is happening right now, because I'm working at tech, I can see that this is happening in US a lot, where continuous exams and all that is happening, and AI is supporting a lot because human efforts on those things are reducing a lot. So where is the opportunity? I know many of are from MBA, but when I say developer is not developer who the coding is gone anyway. The coding is already taken care by Cloud AI and all platforms. So they are doing the coding. The AI agent can do the coding very well. Now the market is for the people who understand the domain very, very well. Who can define the requirement very, very well. Who can understand the customer pain point and the user journey very, very well. Okay, so there are many solutions which can be built for the in edtech space. Be for the content. Think about the user first. Who are your user? Maybe the learner. You can talk with each other and can understand what is the problem they are facing, what the personalized learning you can build for them. For the content creator who create the content on a regular basis for all the classes, all the boards, all the state, all the countries, and so on. AI infrastructure is a bigger problem because, as I said, there are many learners, millions and billions of learners, and your infrastructure needs to support that kind of thing. So infrastructure is also a very important thing on this. One of the another career which is emerging, which we are seeing as and being in a tech space, is a learning engineer who not only understand the technology is one of the part only, but who understand the cognitive ability, who understand the cognitive science, who understand the learning and teaching science, right? How to teach, how to understand the teacher, what is going in that student's mind, who can understand all these things. It's another space which is growing very, very fast. Another thing which at the end I would like to say, the edtech space is very, very vast, and there is an opportunity to build lots of solutions. You can understand education gives hopes, and AI is helping a lot in education space. It's basically multiplying the hopes. So you can understand, if you start building one solutions, it can impact thousands of students' life and their family life as well. So I think that's all from my side. I'm very open to any question if you want to ask. We shouldn't ignore the use of AI. It is not possible. It is not going to happen. We have to use AI, but we have to come up with on our creativity. We should work with AI. We should not follow the AI. So AI is a camping. It is buddy for you. You should use AI whenever is required, whatever you can do with AI, but think bigger. Now, earlier we think smaller, like earlier we think about the very small problem statement. We have to think about the bigger statement, because now you can, for small things, you can take the help of AI. Okay, yeah.
Hyper-personalized learning. So a question that comes to mind is whether too much personalization can impact or more specifically isolate us students from collaborative learning and the critical debates we get in classrooms?
A very good question. Yes, if you only doing everything using AI, definitely it will. But that is why we have an ecosystem of college and infrastructure where you have that collaboration and everything. This why this setup is very much required in the age of AI. Where AI is helpful is because it's a personalized learning, right? It can give you the more chances to learn better based on your speed, your pace, your understanding, and the current knowledge. And you can think about in that case, if I am weak in something, in some particular subject, I can take the AI and become little more expert in that. And then I can participate better in any debate, right? Otherwise, I will not participate in debate at all because I am weak in it.
Thank you, sir.
Any further question?
Good morning, sir. So, as Sam Altman recently addressed in a conference that intelligence would be turned into a commodity like electricity and water. So, what would be the next differentiator metric in the future for someone?
So see, AI will take its own place. Technology comes every other decade, right? The computer came, calculator came, and then AI now here. AI is a different way, like it is growing fast. It is impacting a lot. I say the human emotions, human quotient is a one thing which will not replace very soon. The way you communicate, the way you understand the people and work with the people is still going to be there. So you need to be work for the we work for the humans, right? We build everything for humans. So focus on that. Keep human quotient always in mind.
Good morning, sir. Hello. Good morning, sir. My name is Mukul. My simple question is, most of the percentage of student is come from the rural background and rural areas.
Yeah.
But some constraint like accessibility of internet and some AI compatible staffs. How can it will impact of AI driven education system in future?
So that is the reason, one of the thing which I told in the slide, that when we build the solutions specifically for India, we have to think about the rural area as well, where the bandwidth is limited. People will not have the smartphone. Some people might be using the basic phone as well. Your AI solution should work in those areas as well, in those devices as well. We need to build such a system that it can be accessible to all around.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. I need
Thank
to
you, everyone.
interrupt. Apologies. Well, would like to request Professor Vakalkar to present memento to Himanshu for his contribution this morning. Yeah. Now the next one, this is a panel discussion. So you will have a plethora of mind sharing knowledge. So keep your eyes open and your ears open and your mouth shut. Brains completely open to absorb as much as it comes. Questions definitely welcome post the panel. All right, can we have the panel set up, brought up, please? Backstage. Ma'am, we need chairs here. People in the green room, how do we get the chairs out? Okay, perfect. Sure. All right, as the chairs start rolling in, I will have the panelists also rolling in on stage. First, I'll call the panelists. Madhavi Sharma, the Director Innovation of DataWave Technologies. Madhavi. Joining her would be Amit Gandhi, founder and CEO of the Insight Tribe. Next, we have Zubin Kutar, founder of AI Fluency Labs. Madhvi, the second chair here. Madhvi, the second chair is as per the image there. Amit, Zubin. Okay, Madhvi, I think you need to move one chair again. They added one more chair. Zubin, you'll have to move one chair. Tejas Davalia, co-founder and director of DS Consulting. Sumit Mundada, DGM Automation, AI and Machine Learning for Vodafone Voice. Priyanka Shah, Associate Director, HSBC Technology India. Himanshu Badlia, Head of Marketing Intune from Shopper Stop. And anchoring this wonderful panel would be Adarsh Srivastav, Head of IVD Data Insights, Data Analytics and Research of Roche.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alok, and thank you everyone. Welcome to this session with panel discussion. We have a very diverse group here with lots of people and very limited time, 45 minutes, and then I was asked to make it in 45 minutes. I'll try to, but quick things. The panelists, they're very diverse, and then I'll keep asking questions, and then people will pitch in. Just for everyone to know, I promise, I will look into my mobile, but I'll not look into any Instagram reels or YouTube shorts. I have some pointers for them so that I can ask the question. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Let me start, and then feel free to pitch in whenever you think that it's relevant, and let's keep our question inside. And then let me start with let me see, with Tejas, and then Tejas, you work in a consultancy, right? So from your perspective, how can a leadership transition from a culture of proven ROI to actually adopting AI as a next practice?
Yeah, hello. First of all, thanks. And thanks for inviting us. I mean, it's a pleasure to be here in front of the students and the next generation. The question you asked is basically, how can we basically say invest in ROI, especially the CMOs who actually go to CFOs and CEOs saying, "मेरे को funding चाहिए. How do I invest this into the AI experiments?" So many AI gonna have them, and then AI doesn't know what is going to be the output yet because it is still learning. How do you justify that ROI, right? So that's the question. And I would say ROI pressure is going to be there, and as you go to your next job, and if you are in marketing or any function, if you are going to be handling P&L, ROI will be asked to you, and that pressure will be there. So that's ROI is not going to go away from it. How do you handle that when you have AI? I would probably use what Google started in 2013, which is split the whole allocation into three parts, 70, 20, 10. 70% of the allocation of the fund should go into what is working. 20% of the funds should go into optimizing what you have learned, either what is working, make it better, or things that you have learned new and basically make it improve. So the 20% of the fund should go in trying to optimize it. And 10% of the fund should go into purely into the AI part or the new experiments. So when you do the new experiments, you know the boundaries, you know where the fund is going to be, how much it is allocated. And idea of 10% is that you are not investing in trying to get AI. What you have to convince to your CFOs and CEOs that this 10% I'm investing in pure learning. I don't know what's going to come out of it. It may come good, it may not come good, but this 10% is purely for learning. We will document it. Ensure whatever you have learned is documented well enough so that it can pass down, and so that when quarter to quarter decision comes what to invest next, you are ready. Saying this is what we have learned in last quarter. We are now going to focus whatever we have learned from that 10%, shift it to 70%, or 20% moves to 70%. Something in 70% was moving, we move it back to 20% because we want to optimize it. So I would say that probably would be way to get actually better ROI for the next generations to come.
Thank you, thank you. And then ROI is something which kind of segue into the question which I wanted to ask to Zubin. Is like generally what happens, when it comes to marketing, the team started thinking about bringing efficiency, right? Bringing out materials more. But how, as a leader, we can ensure that the team thinks as native AI first, and then try to leverage it rather than not only bringing efficiency, but also the other creative aspects as well.
So here is the challenge that is there in corporates today, and that's there with people today, that a lot of people are using LLMs, to structure their emails, to ensure that grammatically things are right. You're actually not using the full power of an LLM. Whether you're using a chat GPT or a Gemini or a Perplexity or whatever you're using, you're actually you're not doing justice to the power of the LLM. So the way we structure it at AI Fluency Labs and workshops with corporates is that we try and we try and shift the behavioral thinking and the mindset from just tools and usage about making creatives or content largely towards decision-making process. How do you use an LLM to make strategic decisions? How do you structurally change your thinking and use the compute power of LLMs to actually make decisions? Now, these decisions can be across industries, wherever you work, whatever you do in your role, in your function. For example, how do you, when you're launching a brand, how do you actually use decision-making process to launch a brand? How do you actually know whether it's a particular segmentation or, your target segmentation is the same segmentation that you think it is by your other research? So these are all different, workflows that we need to look at, and we need to make that transition towards using LLMs more as a decision-making process rather than just, looking at content, images, and things like that. That's where, you will truly grow as an AI native person.
Thank you, thank you. And when we talk about changing the mindset, especially in marketing and then agility with AI, I think the major question which we always ask, we keep asking the technical question, right? Improving the efficiency, how we are using AI as a tool, better tool. But I think we need to ask the question from the human perspective as well, right? The empathy angle. And then I think I'll ask Amit and Madhvi as well, this question that, there's a rush of next practice. Everybody wants to generate material, test the hypothesis when it comes to marketing. How we can make sure that we ground all these practices into empathy. Means I myself do a research in AI ethics, building an ethical AI, but we always miss the aspect of building an empathetic AI, or how to use AI in an empathetic way, because, and then marketing, I think, is a very important field where you need an empathy to connect with the customers. So what are your thoughts, Amit, and then maybe Madhvi as well?
Thanks first of all for having me here. So I work in healthcare, right? My clients are exclusively healthcare providers and medtech companies. But I will say something which might sound very counterintuitive, but I think it would be a gross mistake to assume that what AI does is not empathetic, right? There are AI programs being used in mental health, and there are people at the other end who have found AI more empathetic than humans. At the core, one has to understand, I think, is that the AI, the ground truth for using AI is at the end of the day humans in most of the cases. It's still not doing it on its own completely, right? And if the rules based, when you have an unsupervised AI, even an unsupervised AI works on certain rules, and the rules are given by humans as of now, at least. So at the end of the day, whether it has to be empathetic or not is a human choice. An AI can do a job in some situations which might be more empathetic than even in human, as I said there. But what I think is different, and I will probably distinct between empathy and is context. I think humans still understand the context far better than AI does, because AI doesn't know in what context is this being used many a times, while humans know the context and they can make it very quickly and at a very cheaper cost, bring the context into the conversation. So I think that's an important element to kind of recognize when we are using AI in healthcare, it's even more so, but everywhere for that matter. And we are seeing those examples really being playing out in healthcare, as well as healthcare is one of the largest adopter and of AI, as well as maximum investment globally is going into healthcare because of one big reason is data availability is the raw material for AI is at the end of the day, data, and healthcare has huge of it. At the same time, is also high impact and a great story. So all those factors combined, healthcare becomes a great destination for AI. But yeah, that's how it important. The second part of your question of marketing, I think I mean empathy is required, to be honest, in every step in marketing, perhaps more because you interact, communicate, shape the narrative and stories much more, and hence understanding that becomes even more important.
You have your opinion. I think you can take up the same question here because you also have the same area of expertise.
Yeah. So I'm Madhvi. I've come in place of Vedant, who's actually from Stanford. And can you hear? He's from Stanford and he's worked with Dr. Andrew Ng, the founder of deep learning. And that was his teacher and he was his TA. And moreover, Sam Altman was his colleague. So we have found a solution to AI and everything in the marketing. We work with defense, we work with healthcare, education, and everything, entrepreneurs. We work with the corporates also, like Tata is a big customer. We work with NASA, ISRO in the satellite imagery in a big way. So we have that, and UN is our customer for education. So we do all the UN education in Geneva and Hiroshima. Having said that, Vedant sir himself has invented a product which is a solution to all this. So much so even the marketing, and I'm not trying to promote the product, but we've come up with a solution where we are having like everything is fragmented in AI. So instead of having so many layers, so many systems and so much of things happening, and people are interacting with different things at different times, here we have one whole solution at one platform. So we can control that. And even so much so the stakeholders, anyone can watch and what's happening in the company. So this is a big advantage to us because security is there 100%. Security means no one can access it unless we want a vendor to access it. And we've given the pro note to him. So here we have a very big say in it, and we are using this with major schools. And coming back to schools, since you are all in college and schools, we are working with Mayo College. We are working with a couple of, ISRO also has schools, so we work there as well. And then Doon School is also very well known, I think, and so is Modern School. So we are giving education, and you can even upload your project or whatever you're working on, and our 25 algorithms or even 40 algorithms run around and give you the output. You can even put your own algorithms. And the best part here is whatever data you're sourcing or we are getting some kind of a result, you can even put it in the marketplace, which we have there. So our cameras, our sensors, everything works together. And we give you an amazing result. You don't need teachers also. I'm not saying that we should abandon the teachers, but teacher training is also given on this. So the platform also trains, it does everything. And because it's a structured system, so nothing goes wrong and everything is perfect in this case. Reason being that it's not fragmented. So that is a blessing, because whenever AI is a loss, it's because it's fragmented. It's not catered to You're not putting the new ideas into it. So you need to build it up, upscale it, which if you're not doing, then it loses its interest and it also dies down. So here we are going to make money for every business house, no matter who. And it's really working out very well. So this is something which is not patented, but it's come out in a beautiful way. So we are having very, very good results with it, thanks to the teachings of Dr. Andrew and everyone. So Vedant's actually come up with this. It's a solution to all AI problems. Basically, it's one solution for all problems.
Thank you. Thanks, Madhvi. And next, I want to talk about a very, very common question which we all get is AI is going to replace all of us, right? That is something which everybody asks and everybody is worried about. But my question is to Sumit, like especially in marketing, there's one major thing which is campaigns, like seasonal campaigns. And now because campaign is very geographical centric, very people centric, customer trends, and then it is getting optimized now. And then the way I look at it, sitting from the outside, I can see that there are lots of heavy lifting which is being done by AI now. So in your opinion, in your perspective, how it is changing? Is it like making the marketing staff more of a orchestrator or just the enabler and then AI is doing all the heavy lifting? What are your thoughts?
Well, that's a great question. I think I will try to answer this in twofold. Okay. Traditionally, if you look around, say, automation or AI, the technologies, were used for productivity and efficiency. I think there was an interesting question about the budget as well, like what to allocate where, right? So predominantly when these things came, particularly the automation, it was all about productivity, efficiency. But an example of kind would be like report generation. You're creating your own campaign, okay, or you are doing some data entry via automation. But now if you see the shift, okay, and not a small shift, really a very heavy shift is we are trying to use now automation or AI as a tool, and humans are becoming an orchestrator or decision makers, right? So traditionally, if you see our automation was not customer facing, okay? It was more about backend operations and things where you are trying to do some efficiency. But today, if you see an example, right, whether it is a Netflix, which gives you movie recommendations, or Amazon, which talks about which products you want to purchase. You get automatic push notification that okay, this is a product in your cart and maybe there is some sales ongoing. How it happens, right? Because you are shifting from traditional doer to a kind of an orchestrator, right? And when I say orchestrator, what it means that you are using systems, AI, technology to get the job done, and you are sitting behind as a strategic person who is creating the planning, who is making sure what are the goals for campaign, okay, what are your objectives, real ROI or the KPIs, what you want from it, right? And then system will work for you and you will sit behind with your, I would say, experience, strategy, your innovations will come front facing, right? This is what the shift happening. And I think also with respect to this, a lot of roles are also getting changed in terms of marketing, okay, like AI orchestrators and campaign directors and things like that. So yeah, that's my take on the shift of the role.
Thank you. Thank you. And when it comes to orchestrating, when it comes to the team, I think we should also talk about how the leadership has to change. And then probably my next question is for Priyanka regarding this. So you worked with the community like PMI, right? And then with a large enterprise like HSBC. How do you think the same shift is happening when it comes to the leadership adopting AI and then making sure that we stay relevant in terms of what needs to be done by AI and what needs to be done by humans in this age?
Yeah, that's a good one. So as I said, as you said, basically PMI, I have experience with marketing for PMI community, which is community based for project managers. And I work with technology company, HSBC. So what I have seen, as in like both the places, there is one thing common, which is like no objectives generally, like they are set centrally. So strategy is obviously it is set centrally, centralized, I would say. And in my company, I would say the OKRs, they are set right in the beginning by like, no, maybe some group CIOs or something. But then customer reality, if we talk about, it is like local. Obviously, it is like, no, based on like hundreds of markets that we have to cater to or so. So when AI is coming as in layer in between, and what leadership is looking at, they are providing this autonomy to the teams, local teams, where like, no, they are taking help of AI as in layer. They are providing this data, and this data involves everything like unified customer data. I would say it would have the behavior patterns, it would have all the transactional data as well, if we talk about the banking and everything, the engagement and everything. And then AI is providing us like no inputs, as in how you would go ahead with this. So this is very powerful tool for the teams, local teams, who are actually responding how to go ahead with whatever message has been come up from central. So that has, I have seen that in like PMI as well, community as well, and here as well. If we I'll just give a couple of examples. So Hyderabad, we had this branch new launch. What we had done, as in the campaign was set, we had one OKR, okay, one objective, that this is how you are going to do, but this is what we need to do. But what you are, how you are going to do that, that was given by like no our AI tools. And I think that was a beautiful campaign. Like no Hyderabad, they just went ahead with all the culture. They had shown everything in Hyderabad. The same thing happened when we went in Gujarat, Vadodara. So at that time, that was different, obviously, because the market was different and everything. And I think you all are already looking at, I think everybody in Pune must have seen this MACD's ad, like the hoardings, they are like, no, put up everywhere. So they are like, there is a bucket of French fries. In the daytime, they are like empty, but because Ramadan is going on. So like, no, in the night, they are full of French fries. So what they have done, like, no, I just read an article about it. So that was again suggestion by their AI powered tool. So that was a lovely example that I had seen, like, no, in marketing that is already happening. In HSBC, we are doing like, no, so many small things in buckets for branding and marketing. And I think this is how it would go ahead.
Interesting point. So what I understand is like we are moving from reactive action to a predictive action, right?
Actually, I from my agile angle, I would say in agile generally, like, no, it was plan and execute, but it's no longer plan and execute. It's like, no, sense whatever is happening, adapt, and then maybe like, no, respond. Something like that is happening.
Thank you. And, this is something, and then that is where, when I saw that Himanshu is going to be on the panel, I had this very interesting thing. I kept observing this in lots of retail places where I used to go and buy clothes. One thing which I saw is earlier there was there's a monotonous line of clothing and merchandise which you can find, and it remains there for like 3 months, 4 months till the season changes, right? I personally saw a monumental shift in terms of how the merchandise are being changed so frequently based on some kind of insight. And that is where I think, Himanshu, I'll ask the question that, is it really happening? Is AI is, now looking at the purchase trend and the customer trend and how it is, how retail domain is taking advantage of it. And when it comes to marketing, how they're bringing all this creativity in for the customers.
Yeah. So, it's not just an advantage to be, changing the content frequently. It's now a necessity because it's not just us. Everybody is doing it. Earlier, the traditional way of marketing, especially in fashion retail, I'll try and keep it as simple as possible so that you guys can also understand and keep it short for the panel. Earlier, what used to happen in fashion retail is there used to be 6 campaigns, right? 4 seasonal campaigns and 2 end of season sales, total comprised of 6 campaigns. However, now what happens is in those 6 campaigns, while they still remain, relevant because fashion requirement changes as per season in India and abroad, it's all over. But now the requirement of the customer is changing every week. Hence, whatever new trend is coming up, we have to keep up. And me representing a fast fashion brand called Intune, we also need to keep up with what the customer wants. So we are launching fresh collection every week. And if you're launching a collection every week, we need to communicate that every week. So, and AI has changed the entire, ball game altogether. Earlier, it was all about who has the biggest, budget in marketing would be able to deliver the best campaign, because best campaign would depend upon the resources that you deploy, basis which you decide how much good talent you can acquire, and then that talent dictates the outcome. Now, what kind of an outcome you want, and AI has kind of leveled the playing field. Now, your requirement can change even after the campaign is kind of ready, which is pissing off a lot of marketeers because they have to redo everything again. Earlier, if a shoot is done, it is done. Now, once we have the outcome in front of us, if you're not happy, we change the location, we change the model, we change anything. That is happening. Right now, my spring summer campaign, which is live, it's 100% AI. And like, you mentioned that everywhere the same campaign used to be visible, right? And it was somewhat similar for all the brands. Now it's totally different. For example, if I have 5 touch points for a fashion retailer, which is predominantly retail focused and less on e-com. So my store is one touch point. Inside the store is one touch point. Facade of the store is another touch point. Mall branding is another touch point. Catchment is another. Social is another. So all of these, locations have a different approach to target the customer, because the customer's mindset is different. If the customer's inside my store, I don't need to tell him what my brand means. Brand building can happen outside the store. There, I need to only talk about product. Hence, a product-focused communication comes in. My whole content will be product-focused, the features, quality, all of that. The moment you step out, it is the season, the campaign, the collection range. The further you go away from the store, it is about the brand building, what Intune means, what my customer is, what I offer as a promise. So the entire ball game has changed now. And I'm like, it is going to improve and move forward in the same direction, I hope.
Oh, great. Awesome. And I'm not from the marketing background. I'm from R&D, and these are the things which is very interesting for me to know how it is changing. And then let me ask a question. I think I'll open this question to the panel. Anyone who wants to answer. It's an impromptu question. You don't have it. I don't have it. It just came into my mind. So when you say marketing, earlier we used to saw ads on television, on newspapers, right? Then and then the whole nation used to see the same ad, maybe in different languages, sometime maybe not. And then we change from that to the geography, localization, right? And with the social media, with the advent of social media, we saw a shift in terms of how the marketing is going to be in future. And then when I was looking at the students, I thought that most of them will be Gen Z, right? And then if we talk about marketing today, what I see is the reels which are coming on YouTube, right? The Instagram, I don't know what they call it, Instagram reels, I think, right? Correct? Yeah. And then YouTube shorts. I'm sorry, I'm not very good in this, but how do you see from your own domain perspective, how is it a good thing which is happening? Is it a headache for marketing to reach out to hundreds of influencers with a specific domain, or is it something which we should be leveraging and fueling in the future? What do you all think?
I'll just take one small part of it. So that short attention span that everybody, crips about now, that has always been there. It's just that new touch point has come in now, right? So if you talk about a hoarding, while the customer is driving on the road, the customer only gets 5 to 6 seconds. That's how we decide which hoarding to take, right? Which has the longest view time. So that is stayed there. How soon you can grab the attention of the customer has always been the game of marketing. So it is still there. A new touch point has come in where 30-second videos are required, where you have to talk about everything you want to. And that's just the gateway, so that you get the customer in your account, so that they browse your account and then get to know you better. So that has always been there, as my point.
I'll just give one example, and this is from the same organization, like Indira. So what happened? This is from PMI Pune chapter. So last year we had one conference. I mean, we had it annually. So last year's conference example I am giving here. So we mentioned in, like, no, all the banners that okay, the location is Hyatt Regency, and these Jane said these students. So I had, like, no, couple of student volunteers from Indira who were helping me. I was leading marketing and communications that time as well. So they came with this idea. They actually went, like, no, they shot this reel, Instagram reel. They went from metro station to Hyatt. They showed that point that, like, no, you can use metro and sustainability, basically, like, no, that point. So they shot this. I was like, not very much, I was skeptical. I mean, because project managers community professional, why they would go to Instagram or so. But then still we just, like, no, tried that as a, like, no, we just shot it, and we published it on our Instagram handles, even YouTube shorts as well. But I think, like, no, many people who actually came there as our participants of the conference, they mentioned that we came by metro because, like, no, we saw your reel. So I think, like, no, this is also something that is picking because of these Gen Zs in marketing, and that has long way to go.
See, I just want to add a different perspective for a student, particularly here. I think you must have learned, or maybe if not learned, because I don't know the syllabus, but I'm just asking, like, recommendation learning is one of the very big topic when it comes to marketing, right? And as Himanshu and other colleagues have mentioned, see, what is happening is you have your data sources already connected. It's all real-time analytics is happening, and it is part of the product everywhere, right? So even if I give example, I think let's say Netflix, it gives you recommended movies. It also tells you which things are upcoming and new. But for every user, when the particular user launches the application, the user interface and the things which have been notified are completely different, right? Okay, and then it doesn't stop at that level also. For example, if you have something which you have watched, okay, but you have not looking it once again, but after certain time, maybe you have started watching such kind of a movies, right? It will give you a push notification. And I think something, if you don't know, even when it comes to a teaser, right? So if you're on a movie, I'm just taking an example of movie because you can all relate to it, right? So let's say if you are going and hovering, or maybe just the teaser is coming, it gives a specific part of the content of the movie. So it is not like everyone gets the same teaser, right? Depending upon what interests you, for example, action. So you will see a particular action scene of the movie. Okay, if you like a comedy, only that portion will be visible for some time. Why? Because it understand your behavior. And I think that's how I just want and thought to add another perspective to the student is like, go for recommendation learning. It is something which is part and parcel of the marketing now. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Interesting.
So we are going this way.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So I think the question you asked is, so much content is there, and with AI, the content will go up. And actually, it's a blessing. I've worked throughout my marketing career where we had to understand the competition. We have to understand our own customers, and then we have to come up with the copyrights and all of that. Now we started with hoardings. We started with papers, then we moved to social media. Digital came in, Google came in saying, okay, now you can go everywhere on that. So now we have to think about, okay, what kind of image size, what kind of videos I need to do. And then comes the reel culture where, we now need to have create reels. And all of this for what? For, like he mentioned, getting that particular attention of yours. Now, it was a nightmare probably 2 or 3 years ago because one, creating so many different content. Second is to analyze all this content. Who's watching what? Kisme kitna mila hai? What is the engagement rate? What is the LinkedIn follower? Mera YouTube mein kya chal raha? Sabka dekhte raho. Now suddenly AI comes, does all this part for me. Both it creates hundreds and hundreds of content that I want for various platforms I want, and analyzes and tells me, look, this worked, this didn't work. Now I can focus my time on my competition. And guess what? AI also focuses on my competition. Now I'm sitting here and saying, okay, now what do I do? which means now I am spending more time in thinking. I'm spending more time in planning. I'm more time in strategy. Now, somebody asked the question before the session, how do I differentiate? Where does the human angle come in? Where does the creativity comes in? And that is where the creative will come in, because you can run millions of content, but what content will grab that 3 second, 4 second? It is your creativity. That creativity will come. And when can that creativity will come? When you have time to think. Now AI gives you that time. AI does all the execution part, all the analysis part. Now you go and do thinking part. Come up with that creative angle which will make you different. And that is where the main crux of all of you would be. Like he mentioned, orchestration. So orchestration, recommendation learning, all of that will start playing more role, because your job is no more doing part. The doing part will be taken care of AI, where you add value. Basically, that is important. And that's where we want to be. Like in China, we were in manufacturing. It was doing all the manufacturing work till about a decade ago. Now you go to China, they don't do manufacturing work. They do a level up. They are level up in that. They don't do chota mota things. जो छोटा मोटा काम है वो इंडोनेशिया भेज दो, इंडिया भेज दो. We want to level up. We want to do value up add. Same thing should happen in service industry, in marketing. Forget doing all those small things which doing part is done. एक ad बनाना है, एक video shoot करना है. All of that will be done by AI. Your value is thinking. How can you be differentiated? And that's the big game that AI is going to play there.
Thank you. I come from a viewpoint that the line between an AI content today, or largely for taking from the Reels perspective or any kind of film making today, has become very blur. What is AI? What is an AI film and what is a non-AI film in the next 2-3 months? We'll not be able to know whether it's actually an AI film or not a film. These models are becoming so very precise in doing things that it actually looks very real. Today, you might find subtle differences. And if you're into AI and if you've kind of, in the room, you might be able to spot it. But think about people who are not in this room and who have no clue about what AI is. They will think that it's actually a real film. And these models are getting so precise that maybe in another 6-8 months, 6-8 months is long. I'm talking about maybe another 2-3 months, or even 45 days to 60 days or whatever. Even you and me will not be able to know whether it's actually AI or it's not AI. That's one part. And it's already happened in voice. The other day I filled up a form, I got a call, and it was a voice bot. I mean, I could figure out, and I tried to grill the bot, and it was perfect. I tried to change my language also, from English to Hindi to Marathi.
And it almost sounded like humans.
It sounded like human, and it was able to recognize my pattern of changing of the language. See, it took some time to understand. That's where you know that it's not it's not a real human. But how many people will know, and how many people will actually be able to figure out, that pattern and say that, look, it's not human, it's an AI bot. The lines are becoming very, very, blur in terms of that, especially on voice.
I agree.
Yeah. So a lot of points are already being made, but because it's mostly students here, I think I'll bring in 2 points in, and it's kind of some of the summaries of what everyone on the panel is saying. But I think I want to urge the students to look at anything that you do have actually two different things from the context of what we are speaking. One is fundamentals, and the other is tools. We shouldn't confuse one for another. And I think that's very important. Fundamentally, things don't change as fast. And thank God for that, right? I mean, so as much as you strengthen your fundamentals, and what do I mean by fundamentals? Fundamentals means understanding what your target market is, what is your target segment, why would they purchase from you? Those factors don't change really, because at both end of these tools are humans, which you know very well. Right? So you need to understand that and have a very good understanding of the fundamentals in terms of what is segmentation. Those don't change, right? What is 4 Ps? Those don't change. And having a great understanding of that is very important in the first place, because tools will come and go. The tools that we think today and we are talking about might be redundant in 12 to 24 months, right? And you will need probably a panel every quarter to tell you what's happening, right? But the fundamentals are not going to change, and that's something that you need to be very, very good at, and more so when the tools are changing. Having said that, yeah, it's important to have a mastery over tools to execute the fundamentals, and that's why this whole discussion. And it's important to understand how these tools play a role, and they will make you look smarter, get better in the interviews. But the performance of your job is going to necessarily depend on how well you've understood the fundamentals, right? So I think that's one point that I want to really make it to the students, because that's very critical.
It's a valid point,
And
yes.
when I'm not going to hire Indira Management School or any management school student into my company because they've mastered an AI tool but are very bad at fundamentals, right? But the other way around, I might still do and ask my friend to train them in AI, right?
Yeah.
Because that's still possible. But the other way around is not, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to speak a little bit about marketing. I hope you all are aware of AR, VR. That's extensively used in marketing. And we can generate any kind of experiences in that, which are very lively, even for real estate, for other marketing strategies. And moreover, we have this meta-human characters, which are very good, and they are also coming up as influencers. So we are using that in our products, which are for Jamaica and other places. But apart from that, movies are exactly being made with AI for sure. I'm already working with one or two big names already in the movie business, because we are doing meta-human avatars. Like you create avatars for everyone, which is also used in marketing. So these avatars are very good, and we can create any kind of movie. One is also a realistic movie. You cannot tell whether it's a real human or not. So it's a big achievement which we've got now. It's like a pat on the back. We're also trying to tie up with Siddharth Roy Kapoor, Vidya Balan for a movie. And that's how we are going ahead with all this kind of stuff. And I think you should just believe in it, like something like Steve Jobs had done for computers. So DataWeave Technologies, which is Vedant's company, has already done it for AI. So we are upscaling everything. We don't want all that, disorganized thing. We are organizing it so well that it's upscaling everything, and AI will not give you any fault. So please do not be scared of AI. Please use it. It's got so much, it's so volatile, it's really good. I believe in it, and I think you should also believe it.
Yeah, thanks, Madhvi. And then something which came to my mind as well, and then I think my good friend Murari also mentioned this in the session. Somebody asked the question, we should not shy away from using AI. We just need to be very clear of how we are using it. I'll just give a very, something which I do almost on a daily basis. So if I have to, let's say, write an article, what I do is I vomit my thoughts into ChatGPT to get a structured way of an article. Then I get it proofread with Gemini Pro, and then I use Nano Banana to generate an image based on the same article. And then I ask Grok or Perplexity to give me a real world stats that can enrich the article. So the point I want to make here is, yes, you can use all these AI systems to do lots of amazing things. All you need to know is what to use, when to use, and how to use. Generally, there's another question on, I know that lots of Gen Z are getting scolded at home now that you keep scrolling your Instagram reels, right? I keep confusing, sorry. Instagram reels. I don't think it's a bad thing, right? But you all know that, and then you all must have at some point of time experienced that there's something which is running behind in Instagram, an algorithm which looks at and then start over flooding your application with a certain specific area of reels. It sometimes you feel like it actually reading your mind, the way it shows you the reel. Then you are thinking something while taking a bath in the morning, and then in the afternoon when you start checking your Instagram, you find a reel of this similar topic there. So this is something which was very scary sometime, but you should know that yes, these algorithms know you better than you know yourself. And that is where it's not the scary part that we should be staying away from it, but to embrace it, to use it for whatever we want to do in our future. Something which I generally experience. And I think we have 10 minutes. I think we can open it for the Q&A session. Yeah? No? let people ask question now. 5 minutes? Okay. Any questions from anyone? Okay. I don't see a question, so hand raising up. Yeah. Yeah. So if there's no question, then I will probably let a panel give in a very summarized way. Oh, there's one. Good. Very good. Please. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Himanshu. And then that is exactly what I was going to ask the panelists to do. So do you have, because recently I was listening to Yuval Noah Harari, one of the futurists, and he was saying that first time in our human history, we don't know how the future is going to look like. And then I understand the dilemma these students have that in 2 years time, I don't know how the world will look like. So any wisdom, points of wisdom for the students so that they can take it and then prepare better for the future?
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure we are well placed to say that, because it's very difficult to imagine what's going to be there in the next 15, 20 years. And it will be arrogant on my part or most parts to say that we can visualize the future and know what's going to come. But I think that, again, I will go back to the fundamentals. Some things don't change. I think Jeff Bezos or someone said that, I think, is focus on things that don't change. And those are very important, because those will stay with you, right? Rather than things that change very dramatically and drastically. You should be aware of them, and what doesn't change is learning always helps. So can you make yourself a learning machine, right? Can you learn at a very fast rate? That's very important. Someone asked about, I think earlier you asked a question around, will AI replace humans? I think AI will replace and is already replacing tasks. What it does not still replace and is unlikely to replace is accountability and responsibility. Will you have, so when you are looking at jobs, what you should look at really is, am I taking a responsibility of an outcome in my job, or am I just doing a job which has only tasks to be done? If that's the case, then you are going to get replaced sooner or later, right? And there would be, I mean, I don't want to give you some great optimism in this, because it will be wrong on my part. Yes, the junior jobs will get more replaced if you have not taken responsibility and accountability of an outcome. Because tasks will get replaced, but accountability will not. So try to do jobs that have a responsibility for an outcome. Probably that's what I can say is a bit of stuff that I can say.
I think if I had known before I ventured into corporate part is, first of all, don't underestimate your theory. And like you said, fundamentals are the pillars. And don't underestimate your theory, and don't overestimate your corporate that they know everything. Believe me, very simple things as what is your customer persona is not known in the biggest industry. And if they are known, they are sitting in some folders or a shared drive and hardly used. So I would say do not underestimate, or when you go to corporate world, do not think that, yeah, everything is whatever I've learned is already tested. I now need to think new. Go there, test all what you have learned, see if that is being done or not. That's the fundamental. If fundamental is there, then you can think about, getting there. So if I had knew, I'd probably 6 to 1 year I just spent there thinking that they knew everything. When I came back and I saw this is what was taught to me and nothing was done there. So I would say don't underestimate your theory and the fundamentals.
That's a very interesting question you ask. I think I will summarize this in particular three things which I particularly learned. See, knowledge is everywhere. Okay, I'm not going into the continuous learning. You all know you have to do that. We all are in that age, right? Number one is source of knowledge. So when you are learning anything, really look what is the source, right? And as sir also mentioned about fundamental, if you have a right source, your fundamentals will be clear. Don't rush that, okay, if I want to, I'm going with an example of programming language as C, right? So there is a fundamental one or two books which are very important. If you have that always in your, shell, you'll always get the best knowledge. So source of knowledge is the one thing. Number two is most important thing I would say is be curious and try to learn from the question like why, not what. The fundamental thing today also, most of you are thinking, what is recommendation learning? Just an example, right? If you just change that question to why recommendation learning, you will be curious, okay? You will start learning it and it will be lifelong. So whenever you see something, a new technology, new topic of debate, don't go in what it is. There is a question why it is, and that will bring a curiosity, and you will continuously learn and you will end somewhere. And the third most important thing I would say, have a realistic goal. Okay, I have seen in the industry like there was an automation, so people were rushing for automation. Then there is a Gen AI. So last year was Gen AI. Today we talked about agentic AI. Tomorrow it will be responsible AI. So don't run that. Okay, I got this topic. This is buzzing and booming into the market, so I will learn it. Have a realistic goal that okay, I will learn this in 1 year, which means every day 5 minutes, and that's a realistic goal. You will definitely go till end and you will achieve the success rather than putting some goals that in next 5 days I will learn Google AI agent and how to create it. You might break down. Rather than if you put a goal 6 months I will do it, you will definitely do it, right? So these three things will definitely help you in longer learning race. Just to add, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good. Last point, but
Last one. Actually, I'm just going to reiterate the point of fundamentals here by just giving one example. So 3 months back, this happened with my organization that I'm working with. So interviewed two candidates. One of them had listed 10 AI tools that this person was like very well versed of. And the another candidate, which actually we select, he had written only 2 AI tools, but the person was aware of like banking domain. So basically the fundamentals point for that particular role, all the fundamentals were clear. So we didn't actually thought about the AI tools because this person, other person had 10 and this had only 2. But because this person didn't had the basics right, we didn't accept him as our future whatever this person was interviewing for, business analyst, I think. So we didn't accept him. So I think just get your basics right, fundamentals, work on them. AI tools will come and go, as he said, like no, after 12 maybe months we won't see these tools. There would be new tools in the market which will be running. So maybe like go for the basics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a very rich discussion.
All right, can I have Professor Vakalka step up and present mementos?
photograph. All right, we'll move on to our next panel for the afternoon. Let me invite the panelists first. Gitanjali Gupta, founder, head of growth, head Spur Technologies. Gitanjali. Joining you would be Chainika Dhaila, head of brand and marketing of Relo Technologies. Then we have Hari Prasad N, VP and Global Head of Marketing, StarTech. Anushri Sharma, Director Marketing, Harbinger Group. And the panel moderator is Amish Keshwani, a founder of Amplio.
No, they haven't nodded.
All right, that's really a human error because I was advised they'll sit as per that. So we got everything changed, not basis this, but the one on the screen. So now I think you are there. There are two panelists who are missing in action, but nonetheless, we have 5 amazing people, 3 women in the center, 2 gentlemen anchoring both the sides. There was no applause from the audience. I would believe they are reserving it for later, because this is one of the most wisest generations. They will hear the panel first and then decide whether they would like to applaud or not. But they did that out of compulsion. So I hope you live up to the standard of this and deliver a wonderful panel. So Amish, the floor is all yours. And panelists, all the best.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So when I was entering a campus, it actually reminded me my own college days, university days, when I used to sit there and listen to the panel. I mean, during those days, I'm talking about 90s. We used to have some guest sessions, and I specifically remember that, you know, when I was in 3rd year of my college, there was a marketing guest session happening. And the topic was more about, you know, whether the company should invest in brand marketing or a sales operations or, you know, sales advertising. And when I say brand marketing at that time, you used to refer, you know, TV interviews, radio interviews. And when we say sales advertising, it is more about, you know, going door to door, calling, you know, going to the shops and investing in this specific areas. So we were discussing, I mean, we were listening to the intense discussion which was happening. And a very, you know, interesting point came out that though we are talking about all these things, but we are on a verge of a disruption. And that disruption at that time was digital. And by the time we graduated, almost all the companies have adopted digital marketing. So everything which was, you know, earlier we thought that we know that, you know, advertising is one about newspaper marketing, radio marketing, blah, blah, blah. Everything has changed because now companies want that, you know, you tell me how many clicks my campaign has received. what is the cost of ROI for the leads which I have generated, whether that specific ad has generated the lead or is there any other ad that has generated the lead. So when I see it today from a distance, I think that, we are again at that disruption point, and this time it is AI. So earlier there was a disruption from traditional to digital, and now we are going through another disruption that is from digital to AI. So I thought, let me again go back and revise that topic again, that, how should we balance between, brand marketing and what we call as a performance marketing, basically a demand generation, right? So let's start with a basic that, what is AI and how it's actually impacting the marketing. So Gitanjali, my first question is to you. That AI has quickly become a buzzword, right? And almost all the companies right now assuming that, AI can do anything and everything, right? So in this era of AI, and specifically from your experience, you are working at an intersection of growth and technology. So how should marketers realistically think about AI? And what actually AI in marketing is? And how it needs to be trained, where it actually adds the value? Is it really something what companies believe today it is, that it can do anything and everything, or is there anything more to it?
Thank you for your question, Amnish. Good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, we need to understand that AI is just not simply an automation tool. It is a data infrastructure layer added to your technology. See, we have seen technology evolving, and the evolution has always happened. We started with C++. Now we launched into some other language, then Python came. So AI is just an evolution of a technology. It is a data infrastructure layer. If today any company thinks that just buying the most expensive AI tool will survive their marketing endeavors, that is not possible. How many of you have used AI while doing your assignments, writing your thesis? Just give me a show of hand that how many have used AI. We all are using it. I don't think that without clicking polish on my Gmail, even I have composed any email. I just write, in a shorthand writing, and Gmail AI does the work for me. But we also need to understand, and you must just try to relate to your usage of AI also, that AI perform better, gives you better output based upon how much you enrich it. So just plug and playing the AI tool to drive all your marketing endeavors, run your performance marketing, it will be like, it will be sitting short on data, and it will generate much bad decision faster. On the contrary, using AI to enriching the AI knowledge base with the data, with your attributions, it will lead to a faster experimentation. So AI can be used to understand feedback loop faster, analyze data, give you much better decision making outputs. It can make experimentation much more polished, but it cannot run on itself. It will not take away the human intervention as a marketeer. So we need to take AI more as a operational discipline, than thinking of it as a pure automation which can do a human level job. So if you ask me, will it replace creativity? It will enhance creativity. So as a marketeer, instead of we have to now enrich ourselves to design systems rather than sitting on a creativity, on a marketing strategy. We should now, we have to marry and create much stronger systems. So as a marketeer, I think now the job roles using AI comes is to design system, how the data flows, how the models are created, how the feedback loop learns, and to be at par with AI, to make use of the AI automation tools to produce the desired results, which are made to win and not to lose.
Perfect. So if I understood correctly, or let me rephrase it, AI is basically a tool and human intervention is required to use that tool. And human is more about, using that tool and, make a system out of it so that you can get output much more faster.
Absolutely. it is just making our jobs faster, better. See, earlier there were touch points were very minimal. If you start, hoardings were the form of a marketing, then email become a part of a marketing, then WhatsApp became a part of a marketing. AI is not just enabling the marketing automations, it is also helping us to give us systems that can personalize. For example, from a certain brand, if you have bought, let's say a table, you will not see a ad of a carpet. It will rather say, hey, you bought this particular red color table, a red color chair will suit just perfect with it. So this is enabled by AI. It can make your marketing more personalized. But so it is just a layer added to your excellence. It is not replacing. It's again what I say, it's bringing an operational discipline. It is giving you much better enhanced channel of marketing. But again, it the more you enrich it with data, the more you try to personalize it to work in your favor. Again, it is just a data infrastructure tool. It is not a end-to-end automation that you do it and a human marketeer is replaced.
Thank you, Gitanjali. So building upon that, Chenika, I have a next question for you. That Gitanjali has said that, it's more about adding personalization, hyper engagement. So if we use AI for hyper personalization, hyper engagement, running performance campaign, but at the same time, as we have seen that more and more, even as a user, I personally, give a lot of importance to authenticity, right? Whether that specific ad or a campaign really resonate with me. So my question is, how can brands maintain that genuine human connection with customers in this AI driven campaign?
Thank you so much for the question. So basically, even before AI came into the picture, hyper-targeted campaigns still existed. In terms of Facebook, it had more than 80 data points on each of the customers that you're talking to. I think what AI did was, and this has recently happened in Meta's algorithm, that you are not going to get ads until and unless that's something that you are interested in. So with hyper-targeted campaigns, it has also happened that you are not getting a lot of those ads or communications that you were earlier getting. You get very niche communication, and it has boiled down to the fact which traditional marketing took over was how good is your ad. If the customer is, with the new algorithm, if the customer is responding to the kind of content that you are sending out on your ads, on your email, that's exactly when they're going to interact with you, and that's exactly when you're going to get them back into the funnel. Having said that, I also feel that with hyper personalization, there's a very thin line of being creepy sometimes. Like I recently, if you guys might have noticed, if you put up a comment on LinkedIn, and you'll get an email right in the next 30 minutes saying, hey, I saw your comment. It's all automation. If it is done to the right audience with the right set of messaging, it lands well. If not, it just sounds creepy. So I think you need to understand your TG first, the value proposition for your tool, the value proposition for your product, and then have those cohorts, and then you can use hyper personalized campaigns to maybe help. And that's exactly what customers are also looking forward to, right? They're not looking forward to you landing on their emailers 24/7 just because you can do it at scale. They want to see that you understand their pain points. And that's exactly where activities like value proposition canvases, activities like understanding and talking to your TGs, whether it should be on the sales end, listening to the calls, or maybe if customer support is happening, listening to the complaints, that comes in handy for a lot of positioning that you do. So in today's day and age, authenticity is the one that is keeping you apart from your competition. The bigger brands that are winning are the ones who actually understand their customers to the T and have been working and doubling down on that with their campaigns as well. I think targeting and anything that has to do with automation, whether it's via Clay or Claude, it's just going to do surface level things. So yeah, that's basically how any marketer should move ahead.
Thank you. And I just want to build upon that, and I want to ask Hariprasad you this question, that managing this personalization and everything for single campaign, for a single touch point, even for the couple of touch point, that's a one thing. But you work for a startup, right? And startup operates across multiple geographies, multiple touch points. So that's a huge, huge thing, right? So how is AI helping large enterprises like, startup deliver this personalization at a scale where, you still maintain that brand identity, that brand authenticity? Because, sometimes it happens that, you do it at a large, you do it at a huge scale, that you being autonomous, you lost that touch of personalization, you lost that brand trustworthiness.
Sure. Thanks. I'm audible, right? Yeah, thanks, Amish. So I'll answer this with two different but connected examples. Huh? So Static, so we provide AI solutions to our large enterprise clients, the AI solutions. Okay, and these AI solutions, again, as other panelists have said, they help read large volume of data and provide those hyper personalized recommendations. Okay, but not diluting the brand voice, so that tonality, the brand tonality. So each brand is different, right? So it is perceived differently. So that integration of that brand tonality is very important. You give that hyper personalized recommendations to your end customers, as in our customers, but you also need to ensure that brand tonality or the tone of voice is maintained while delivering that experience. So that's one example. The other part is, if I have to talk about our own organization, how we use it, as in the generative AI suite of solutions, which we use ourselves and we also give it to our clients, is, these solutions help convert the routine inquiries into an automated fashion. Okay, so that reduces the call volume a lot. Okay, so it gives the agents basically more prompts in advance as to what to be sold to a particular customer. So everything is there in front of the screen as to what exactly need to be sold to them, and all of this is done. There is also, I would say, an element of sympathy in that, sentiment analysis, if I have to call it. Okay, and they get that next best action points in front of their screens. So, and all of this again, not at the cost of diluting the brand. So brand, integrating the brand identity is very basic, be it any, be it training the agents or your customers also, when you provide that solution, you need to ensure that brand is integrated into it. And these solutions can scale up globally, this can scale up very fast. So what we have seen, for example, in some of our, with some of our telecom customers, so it has helped, these solutions have helped to reduce call volumes by around 20% and also increase customer satisfaction score by 15%. So, and again, ensuring that the brand messaging is consistent.
Perfect. Thank you. But while I was listening to you, I still remember back when I was in corporate, and whenever there is a corporate board meetings, one question, each one of us has faced, the very first question when you go to the board meetings, the CEO asks the very first question, what is the pipeline? How much demand you have generated, right? So Anushri, this question is for you, that, in AI-driven marketing environment, when the performance metrics is dominating, everyone is saying that AI, you can use AI to boost your performance, you can use AI to optimize your marketing campaign and all that. How can marketing leaders balance short-term demand generation versus long-term branding?
Thank you for this question. I hope I'm audible at the back. Yeah. So this is a very nice question, and we all try to find the answer. Let me consider B2C example for everybody's easier, because B2B slightly, works differently in this case. So if I ask this crowd only that, how many of you are looking to buy a pair of shoes, I think out of 100, 5 people may say, okay, I am looking to buy a pair of shoes in 1 or 2 days or 1 week's time. So 95% of people might buy, but not now. So this is very important principle of marketing, 95-5, where you work for 95% of the time to get those people on board to buy your products and service. So here is where, the performance marketing and branding works. So 5% you capture right now who is buying, who is trying to buy your products and services, who is clicking, who is searching, and 95% of the market where you would like to build trust and familiarity so that when they are ready to buy, when you guys are ready to buy a pair of shoes, I am available in your wish list, or I am there, I'm your preferred list. So this is the basic concept, and this is where branding and performance marketing actually we decide how to go about it. Second very important thing is, I would recommend people to read a research report from Field and Mist, I think, media focus. This is a research report which talks about 60-40 allocation, like 60% of your budget into branding and 40% in your activation, the performance marketing. That shows very nicely how you should, allocate your budget, what you should do, what you should not do. Second important thing which I think will answer your question is what stage your company is into. If your company is into a startup age, definitely you need quick clients. So here the performance thing works, because you are like, I need customers so that I keep on going. Second is, if you're in a growth stage, here you need to scale. Here you are trying to reduce your acquisition cost. Then the branding works. You need to start with that. And third is, if you're a category leader, definitely you need to work towards owning that category. So branding becomes much more important. So I believe these are different ways, where you decide what stage your company is into, whether I would like to capture the demand for future or right now. So that all depend on how you are working in that particular time. So I think that answers your question.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think one thing we can all agree that, whether it is a branding or whether it's a performance marketing, you cannot ignore AI, right? AI is there, you have to use it. Otherwise, the competition will beat you, right? So one thing, which when I look to our audience, the students who are, going to be the next generation marketing leaders, one question which keeps popping up in my mind that, if AI is so much hyped and, if we all agree that without AI, you will lose to the competition. And if AI can do better campaign optimization, AI can write better content, AI can, optimize the campaign, AI can evaluate data much more faster, much more precisely than a human being. In the coming days, how will a marketer will be valuable to the industry? What exactly the future marketer needs to adapt to?
So I think this is my take on AI when it comes to marketing field, that a marketer who understands data, who understands data literacy, infrastructure, system, will always flourish better than a marketer who doesn't. Because like let's see the evolution. There was a generation where there was time when there was no Google search. Then we had access to better data, a global data, when Google search came into the picture and we used it aggressively. Now our search has literally changed into chat GPTs and Gemini, because they not only give us the research that we used to find on Google search, but also interpret, analyze, and give us a much readable output. So I think using AI as a tool, it just like, we need to understand it is just a tool. How we use it is what we need to learn. So again, if you understand what actually goes beneath, like, you have access to so much data, you can present your problem to AI in a much deeper way to get much better studied results. And I think AI will help you analyze the problem, derive the solution, and move much faster than before. So
I would like to add here. So, see, I feel that AI works on past data. So whatever data you have, you feed that data and AI answers you what happened. Okay, so that works like that. But if you really want to have a kind of image in the market that you would like to stand out, then you need to create this sameness. Like now also you might be seeing a lot of ads looking almost similar. Like now we are in a sea of sameness. The brand will stand out if you create something different, and that can be done by humans. Definitely AI, as she also mentioned, AI is amplifier, but here the human thing comes into picture. Let me give you a very simple day to day kind of example. Like you are having a very bad day in a class, having a lot of sessions, tests and everything, you are being grilled like anything, and then you just opened Zomato and you get a notification that, hey, hi, let me give you a 10% off on a biryani because you have ordered biryani in the past. That happens. But at the same time you pass on and you go to a tapri wala and he says, भैया आज आपका मूड ठीक नहीं है, आज चीनी ज्यादा मिलाई है. So this is where the difference is. This is the context which a human brings. AI is definitely helping you out. I'm not saying AI is not helping. That is helping. But the context part of it, the creativity part of it will definitely go with the human angle. And that actually, I think that creates a difference. Even with the famous ads, like Fevicol ad and all those ads, which Sir Piyush Pandey created. I mean, that was a hook. I mean, that cultural nuances, what people think, that if you remember the buswala ad, I don't know this Gen Z is knowing about that or not, but that buswala ad was iconic ad. Why? Because it was giving a message that, okay, this is Fevicol ka mazboot jod. So how it came? It came through observation, the knowing what culture is, which I think I will take time to get into that. So that, I think that creates a difference and that creates a valuable marketer.
Yeah, I would just like to add to what she said. I completely agree with the same. Your output is as good as your prompt, and your prompt is as good as the data or the insights that you feed in, right? Creativity is going to go a long way. Creative people also are curious. They are willing to learn systems. So AI is nothing but a tool. I know there's a lot of hype around it, but when you get to the depth of it, you can even ask AI how to use it perfectly. So if you can build systems, if you know and understand the logic behind things, if you're somebody who focuses into logical reasoning and understands and is very, very curious to understand things, I think you will not go anywhere. Marketers will not go anywhere. It's just that you'll have to keep evolving. You'll have to keep learning. And one of the best things that we have seen with AI right now is the data, the dashboards that you kind of needed earlier, and it used to take a lot of time, like so mentioned around performance marketing as well. Now you can get it at the tip of your fingers. You can just put in that data into systems like Claude, and you can get dashboards which tells you where you are lacking. But how to go about and solve those problems is not something that AI is going to tell you. You'll have to fixate on that particular problem and then try to solve it. And that's only going to happen if you are creative enough, if you are curious to learn. In addition to that, we have a lot of these AI companies still hiring for marketers. We have a lot of these AI companies still hiring for strategists. There's a reason why that is happening. They're also looking for the best brains in the industry to be able to bring those things up. So if you are, can step up your game, learn, and be curious about whatever is happening around you and not get overwhelmed by it, I think marketers are not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, so I will try and answer this from a B2B context. So recently I was reading a report, I think it was a Gartner report, which said that more than 70% of the purchase decision is done before even meeting the vendor. Yeah. So in a B2B context, they usually shortlist 3 to 5 vendors, to go to the next level. Yeah. So when you do this research, when these companies are doing the research to shortlist these 3 to 5 vendor partners, so what do? They do their research online, they talk to their peers, in other companies, organizations. They look at analyst reports. Okay. They look at the awards that the company has won. So all of this, and something that we do on a day-to-day basis. So, and all of this information is what is being fed into the campaign, right? And who is doing all this? So there is a marketer at the other side who is putting in all this data so that the campaign runs effectively. Okay, so the campaign is a very good lever. AI campaigns are very good lever, but the storytelling, the story itself is created or drafted by a human being. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah.
Very interesting. So now, before I conclude this session, one mandatory questions on behalf of students, right? That one skill set or one or two skill set which you feel that next marketing leader has to have, or let me put this in another words, that if you have to hire someone who are just beginning their marketing journey in the professional world, what are one or two skill sets you would like to see into them?
So I'll stick to my obsession on data. So I think data is somebody who is data literate and not just concept literate is somebody in the field of marketing we'll start looking into, because like simple thing, if you are going on an e-commerce website, I want to take a decision not by my gut, not by the past historic experiments done outside of the brand, but I would rather stick to data. I want to know where exactly my data is flowing, from what point my customers are entering, what exactly they are doing on my platform, and how they are transacting, what is the behavior, what is the time, what season, what geographical location they are based on. So everything with data. So a marketer who is as obsessed with data as it is required for the data supported decisions to take place, I think that is something that is the only shift I am seeing. I'm looking forward to see in the marketers who now come into the workforces.
So data obsession and data literacy.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I go next? Yeah, sure. Thanks. So, see, I'll answer this in a slightly different fashion. So, I am more of an approach person. So, my recommendation to all the people, students who are here, is that it's an approach that I'll try and elaborate very quickly. Is that first and foremost, whenever you join an organization, first and foremost, have a very strong foundation of the or company organization that you are joining, which industry they are in, who are your target audience, what you are selling, which geographies. It's very important. What is the who are the other stakeholders? What is the entire ecosystem? So this is very important. Step one. So because these days what we are seeing is that people are going with a niche mindset that I'm a social media manager, or I'm a LinkedIn campaign manager. No, don't have that niche mindset. Your role may be such, but have a broad mindset. The next thing is that understand what are the priorities of your organization. What does it, in the long term and maybe 1 year term, what does your company wants to achieve, and what is expected of your function, maybe in this case, the marketing function and your role. So once you understand that, accordingly, then you choose a particular AI platform or the solution. So it should not be other way around, that you have a particular solution and you're trying to find problems to solve for that. So it should have a very strong foundation. So the approach is very important. Have a very strong foundation of your company, of the industry, of the ecosystem. Then look at what your company is trying to achieve, and then you choose the AI tools or the skills that you want to develop. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, just to add to what you're saying, like I mentioned, for any marketer, whenever we are also hiring, we are looking for curious people. Ideally, even if you're in one domain, we can shift you, mold you, nurture you, into pursuing other fields as well if you're joining as a fresher. One thing that is for most important, like Sir mentioned, if you have done a lot of research about the company and you understand the TG, if you're talking in a language that we are talking to our customers in, if you understand what we are selling or what we are trying to build, if you're doing that in your interviews, it helps big time, because it shows the kind of curiosity that you showed when you are preparing for an interview. It shows that you put in that effort, which is strangely, I have not seen in a lot of young generations right now. We have people who are coming in and people who are absolutely drilling down into, you know, what we are doing, how we are going about it. I think for those people, you stand out from the crowd for us. The second bit would be as a skill set, agility. I feel that the more agile you are, because what you know now will not be something that will be valid in the next 6 months. The market is rapidly evolving, so you'll need to learn. You'll need to have that flexible bone in your body that, you know, you will keep on learning, and that is something that will never end. So yeah, these two things for me.
Yeah. So let me give you a very real example which we are facing. So I come from IT industry, and so definitely when IT word comes in mind, it is like coding. You know, we all says okay, coding. So same thing happened with my company. It's like everybody is able to code well because of AI. So what is the difference now? How we can create that differentiator for our customers or the prospects? So in that meeting, we were discussing different ways, and it all was coming to the same point. Okay, AI can do this thing and that thing and all those things. But then again, the same thing that coding can be done with many AI tools. Same problem, what to do next? Then after a brainstorming session, we discovered that this is our domain expertise. So we operate in a very niche market like HR, tech, and e-learning thing. So then it came to our mind that why not domain expertise? Why not to highlight that? Because the domain nitty-gritties we know. The coding part, everybody's know that, right? You know, right from Infosys to every short the growing company or the startups, they know coding. So that was our differentiator, and then we are working towards it, the domain expertise. So I think I see your question from this angle, that for a marketer, if I have to hire a marketer in my team, I will definitely see what is the domain expertise. Is there a creativity? Is there a curiosity? The why part should be answered. Like, you should be curious to know the why. How much faster and how much that can be answered through AI. And definitely AI tools will come and go, but that doesn't mean that you leave it aside. Definitely you have to be in the trends. You should know where your audience is. For that, you need research, you need quick work. You need to have that thing in your bucket that, okay, AI can help me to get things faster. Use that. Now we don't have SEO only. We have LLM SEO. So all these things you need to know. So definitely both the parts. I'll not say, okay, one or the two skills. I'll see both the skills. Is the person strategically marketing efficient, and the AI part as well. So both the things. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add to that, right now in the world that you're living in, nobody is going to teach you how to learn a certain AI tool till the depth. No, everything right now in marketing, when it comes to digital, branding is a separate set. You know, that's a different category. But if you're getting into digital marketing per se, you will have to experiment and optimize. Everybody is learning every day with AI. They're experimenting, they're failing, and then they're optimizing their processes. We are also experimenting how we can maybe, you know, remove a developer. I was just speaking to somebody at XGX, and they were talking about headless CMS, where they were building their entire website from a Claude Code prompt. People are experimenting a lot. Entrepreneurs are experimenting a lot, and they are optimizing, failing, optimizing, and unless they reach a desired result, right? So you will have to have, you know, even when you get into the job market, before that, explore all of these tools. Go to every single function that it has, go to every single tab, do whatever you can in terms to explore that entire tool if you want to get into the Gen AI marketing bit or AI strategy bit as well. And that's exactly how you're going to, you know, level up with whatever is happening, because there's a lot of hype, a lot of misinformation about what X can do, what Y can do. More often than not, so if you talk about video, there are more often than not, there are ads about video tools that you kind of see, oh, this is the video that they created. When you go and then create a video yourself, you'll understand the kind of effort it takes, the kind of cinema, if you're doing a cinematic shot, you'll know the kind of effort it takes to put the prompt like that. So you'll have to experiment a lot. And that's exactly, I think, what I took away from what ma'am said, that, you know, even when we are hiring somebody, domain expertise in the terms of that, if you use the AI tool, don't just mention tools for the heck of it, for the sake of it. I think explore those tools well enough to know what they can and cannot do.
So just to end this question, because I know it concerns especially the young audience who's coming into work, who will be soon going to workforces. Consistency. Technology has always evolved. The technology you used to use 5 years ago, you have also evolved in your personal day-to-day time. We have seen Facebook evolving, we have seen Instagram evolving, we have seen how Instagram has increased its feature, increased the engagement. So everything is evolving. I think when it comes to AI tools, don't just stop learning. We started with just one tool, Chat GPT. Today we have multiple AI tools that we come across every second day. A Canva is not now AI empowered. Our Google is now Gemini empowered. Our medical field, they are saying that a surgeon was able to perform a surgery 1500 meters away from the patient. So AI is involving. What I would suggest is that upskill the way you learn, upskill how you integrate AI in your day-to-day tools, and be very shameless about it. You don't have to hide the fact that it is AI driven. If you have done your assignment using AI, be very boastful about it, but make sure that the assignment, the output that you have generated, is value infused. It is not just copy paste. You understood the problem statement, you used AI to make it better and leveled up. So level up your personality, level up your skills, level up what you want to enter with into the workforce, and use AI to upskill yourself. You will be much faster, much more efficient, and always be ready to accept the new tools and the new technology that come in, because there is no way of running away from it. So rather be there than lag behind.
Very interesting. So if for me, if I have to, take one key takeaway from this entire discussion, is that, technology will keep evolving. We have seen technology evolving from marketing perspective, from traditional marketing to digital marketing, and from now digital marketing to AI driven marketing, right? But still the basics still remains the same, understanding your customers, making a compelling story, building that connection, right? And of course, the marketers who will win in the next generation would be data intelligence, agility, right? Domain expertise, and open-mindedness, right? So with that, I thank all the panelists for the wonderful discussion and wonderful insights. And over to you, Alisha.
All right. Thank you, panelists, for that session. We'll reserve the questions for a little later. Can I have Professor Shakti step up to present the honors in terms of mementos to your speakers who were there? Can we line for group photograph? Please be on stage. Please be on stage, sir. Yes, you too. Okay, can I have Amit on stage, please? Amit? Yeah, there he is. Amit, if you'd kindly step and is Pradeep also here? Pradeep? Rane? Is there anyone from the post-lunch session speaker amongst us in the audience here? They're there? Okay, it's okay, sir. Let them be there. Let them be there. It's fine. Okay, can we all step up? We'll do another release of a logo. We did one in the morning. We'll do another one now. We have one more here, sir. You have 2 copies. You need to unveil, but look at your side only, not on the audience side. Ulta. Marketeers, ulta. Reveal nahi karna. All right, that's the 25th anniversary of the Asia Pac HRM Congress 2026, which will happen in the month of September in Bangalore. So that's the logo unveiling here. We'll have one more logo unveiled. Can we have that logo also? My colleagues, can you take the same set of instructions? No, it's not still the same. Take that. अनुश्री अपनी तरफ देखना है, ऑडियंस को बोल दिया. चलो, क्रिसमस जल्दी आ जाता है, बच्चे लोग बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं, फटाफट खोलना चालू कर दें. Which the Indira University is going to start off, and Dr. Bhatia would be leading that as a distinguished professor in sustainability. Dr. Bhatia is currently on the next campus. We have 2 events going on simultaneously, 40 speakers on day 1 here, 40 on day 2. So, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ladies. Was a pleasure meeting you. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Dr. Alok. I was the guy who was interacting with. Okay? Okay, you may. A gift? You clearly wrote it वापस. Gift? Pleasure, sir. Pleasure, sir. Thanks.
The students leave the
Yeah.
Once you're done, you will know before the students leave the audio.
And
Some announcement.
Okay, okay. Okay, now let's get the chairs moved away. Let it be there. Let it be there. Let it be there. रहने दो उसको, रहने दो, रहने दो. That's too heavy to be moved. Okay, let me invite our next speaker on stage. This is the last one. He's got a very tough job. Amit Dangle, he's a VP Sales and Marketing of Sigma Solve, but marketeers are known to take up challenges, and he's taken up a very tough challenge here just before lunch. But I'm sure the students are all set to grill him before the lunch. So, Amit, and his topic is from emotions to engineering. So, as Amit moves up, come on, guys, if you could just little applaud. I think to take another 20-25 minutes. At least आधा घंटा तो जाएगा. कितने बजे तक चलेगा मैं बता सकती हो तो 2 घंटे लंच के पहले सर. नहीं करता हूँ, थोड़ा करेंगे, थोड़ा सा कर देंगे. 110 हुआ. Is it okay? 1 push कर सकता हूँ जितना. You'll get a fair idea in terms of when you get the response itself. So 130 तक हो गया. थोड़ा सा slightly little advance से बात करता है. थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाना. ज़्यादा तो कर लोगे आप. Exactly. Let them give us. Let them give one. Mostly student. Makes it. That is marketing.
Hello.
अलग ही हो रहा है हाँ इतनी तो हो रही है सपोर्ट नहीं है ज़्यादा निकल
Cool. Okay. All right. So thanks to the management and Alok sir for this opportunity. And guys, I know that I'm standing between you and the lunch. Actually, I'm fighting against multiple odds here. Okay, so you have lunch. Secondly, I never made this presentation to students before, right? So I'm going to try my best to get it down. And I know some of you are pretty smart and will catch up, but I want to keep it at an average level. So I'm going to do that as well. And the worst news is that there is some mathematics involved, right? So I'm sorry for that in advance. But even if the takeaway for some of you as what is the possibilities in marketing, right? How much can it be stretched, right? Even if you understand the limits of that, that's great. That's good enough. Okay. So I'm an engineer. I'm a computer science engineer. And after that, I did my master's in marketing. How many engineers are here, by the way? Oh, very few. Okay. So like the engineers, the engineering teaches you, right? I mean, you want to see the world in a very rational way. You want to see everything being converted into some sort of an equation, right? So if somebody tells you, this is possible, you always want to kind of, look at it from a very rational, mathematical perspective. So I spent a lot of time in marketing, about 26 years so far. And at some point of time, I started realizing that, and all the previous speakers, the panelists were all great, right? They had really great points. Brand is great. Somebody likes a brand. You need to do this to get your buyer's attention. How do you really convert that into mathematics? Right? How do you convert that into equation? And the reason that you want to convert that into mathematics, so then you have tangible numbers to work with, right? The reason that you convert anything to an equation, because then you have, a whole lot of a control, right? Rather than just saying, this is a great ad copy. If you could say that this ad copy is 3.2, it means something. if you're comparing it against another ad copy, saying the other ad copy is 4.1, right? So now you know which one is better. So this is my attempt to show you how to convert sort of, emotions into some tangible numbers, right? And I would really appreciate if you guys can just pay attention. And I have like 15, 20 minutes to run through this. I'll try to do it as fast as possible. So I might miss certain concepts. So if there's something that you're really keen to understand, you can stop me here, or I'll be here after my speech for a bit, so you can talk to me. Okay. So here this goes. Okay. So what do marketers do? We change behavior, right? I mean, the more that we change the behavior, the better that we can change the behavior, you're going to be a better marketer, right? What's happening, and why is this session in AI conference, right? So what's going to happen, and you heard, right? I mean, design, building with AI is going to be so much easier, right? So today and again, I come from the technology background, so most of my career has been into technology background. So today, there are substantial amount of effort spent in building a product, a solution, an application, an app, right? With Claude and stuff like that, right? It's going to be so much easier. So what's going to happen now is there are going to be a whole lot of good products out there. There are going to be a lot of products out there. Eventually, the differentiation of these products, right, is going to matter so much to all of you, or to the buyers, right? And that is where I think the role of market is going to be much more exciting. So if these products are like, all exactly same, how do you really want to position them differently so that it gets noticed, right? So that is the challenge. And that is why I think this topic has a great relevance in any AI conference, including this one, okay? So we are the guys who engineer behavior, and behavior engineering nothing but, you want somebody to buy from you and they don't want to buy, they're reluctant or they are not ready. What do you really need to do to ensure that they move on those path towards buying something from you, right? That is behavioral engineering. So let's look at, buyer when somebody buys from you. And I'm going to be sort of based a lot of this on my B2B experience, which has been, much more than the B2C experience. So in typical B2B buying journey, there are 5 steps that a buyer has to consider, right? There are 3 early steps and 2 later steps. The first step in any buyer's journey is going to be, whether I want to talk to this seller at all, or should I just not really engage at all, right? I mean, the first thing that happens, the first trigger in any buying journey is an engagement. At somewhere, someplace, a buyer thinks, okay, let me just try talking to this guy. Let me just see this ad. Let me, fill in the form. Let me read their blog or white paper or visit their website, right? This is the first thing that happens. The second thing is, does the vendor understand my problem, right? Does he understand my problem? He doesn't. So you take that first step as a buyer. Let me engage. Second is you check the depth of the knowledge of the buyer, of the seller. Third is then you are shortlisting people. You are saying that, yeah, this guy is good. This seller is good. This seller is good, right? You just shortlist them. And the later behaviors are, now I have shortlisted a few vendors. Okay. Which of them provides me the best value? Who's going to give me most ROI? Who has the best features, right? Who's going to give me lowest maintenance, right? And the last one is, of course, if I should buy right now or I should wait for like next 3 months to buy. I've shortlisted a vendor. I know what to buy. Is this understood? Like very 5 basic steps, right? Now, I want to move on to the emotions while the buyer is undergoing a buying decision, right? This is extremely important. So keep your eyes sort of pierced to it, right? If you understand this, I think the rest of it is going to be easier, right? The first thing that when a buyer buys from you, they're scared. Okay, especially if they're, I mean, we're again talking about B2B, we're talking about, the ticket size are typically very high, the risks are high, right? As a CIO or a CTO or, as a buyer, I buy something and then that doesn't work. It's going to hurt my career. It may hurt my promotion. It may hurt my salary raise and stuff like that. The first emotion that any buyer goes through in a B2B environment is a fear. Okay. Then they want to trust you, right? Without trust, there's no buying, right? So second emotion is trust. I want to trust a buyer I want to shortlist buyers who I trust. Okay. The third one is pride. Oh, I have something. I have SAP, I have Salesforce, I have something from Microsoft. So there's a bit of a pride element. I have Google. People very glad, very proudly say that, I use a particular software vendor, right? Then comes the control, right? Because a lot of times, all these decisions, especially the B2B decisions, they're clouded because there's so many people trying to sell and there's so much that you get. Today somebody is buying is going to also think about AI, right? But they don't know what AI means for their organization and how it's going to, last and where it's going to take them, right? So somebody who gives them the clarity, a vendor that gives them a clarity, right, is what they seek for. And curiosity, right? What am I missing? What's the next thing? How do you do this? How does it help me? And stuff like that. So these are the 5 prime emotions that a buyer goes through. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here is, sorry, I'm running this fast, but this will give us time for the later discussion. So now what you see here is all those emotions that we talked about, five emotions, how are they connected, okay, with the buying decision, okay? So we saw those 3 earlier, steps in buying decision and 2 later steps. So first step was, engage with us, engagement of a buyer, right? What is the emotion that connected with it is curiosity, okay? So if, as a marketer, if you're not bringing in the curiosity, right? Read this, I have a white paper, you get discounts or whatever that messaging is, right? If you don't make that conversation curious, the first step itself will not happen. Nobody will engage with you, right? The second is prioritizing the problem, right? Prioritizing in terms of the fear and the risk, right? The third one is, if you're shortlisting me, I looked at 20 vendors, I shortlisted 3. That shortlisting typically happens on an important factor, which is the trust, right? 3 have been shortlisted. Who do I select? If all of them are, same pricing, same value that they deliver, I think the association will happen based on their pride. Oh, I'm buying from IBM. IBM never goes wrong. IBM has same pricing as Microsoft or somebody else, a smaller vendor, right? But IBM is somebody who's been there in the market for a long time. So I want that association. That is the pride. And the last one is, the relief and control, right? Sign right now, right? Those kind of things, right? So these are the buyer decisions on left-hand side. And on the center, what you see are the dominant emotions. I hope it is clear. Okay. Now, again, this is important, right? Now, what is happening is all these emotions, okay, can be tricked, right? If you can trick on those emotions. So, for example, like, you are at home and you want something from your parents, right? You're playing with their emotions where you are making them a bit emotional about something, right? I want I want to go for a movie, or I want to buy something. I want new shoes, right? What you're doing at that point is selling your desire to your parents who have money, right? Through some emotional play. Oh, I won't go out if I don't have new shoes, right? What you are actually doing at that point is you are playing on their emotion of fear, right? That, if I don't give my son or daughter something, she might do something. She might not come for a, out, or she might, be angry with me. So you're playing with their fear, right? So that's how it is. The first emotion is fear, where the buyer behavior is basically a loss aversion. So what you basically telling the buyer is that if you don't buy my product, you're going to miss something, right? The second is the trust, where you are saying that you got to buy from me because I have the best product, and here's a white paper, or here are research reports, or here are what other users are saying, right? So second emotion is trust, which can be built by using some proof points, right? Third is status, or pride, right? So pride is connected by telling them, we are the largest company, we are the best company, we have presence in 5 countries. You show customer. Do you know why most of these websites show customer names? Right? That's pride. We are selling to Walmart. We are selling to Godrej. We are selling to Tata's. Right? I mean, if you show Tata's logo on your website, what you are doing in a way is sort of triggering an emotion related to pride in viewers' mind, because now say that, hey, if this Tata has bought from them, I need to buy, I need to have that association, right? Relief. Relief is where, as I said, right? I mean, it's a very complicated process of buying. There's a lot of pressure that happens, right? Especially in B2B buying, right? How does a vendor makes it easier for the buyer to go through that entire process is called the relief, right? And curiosity, right? I mean, what kind of, how do you really, how do you make, and this always happens, right? Marketers always make, you have a lot of advertisement, performance marketing happening, and you take the curiosity very high for the buyer. And that needs to be, that needs to be stationary as you hand over from marketing to sales. Okay. All right. So, sorry, I've really, I mean, so for that last 5 slides, it used to take me half an hour. I've done it in maybe 5-10 minutes, right? So I know that a lot of you guys are not really getting it, but I'll try to catch up with that now. Okay. So what I'm going to show you is a definition which is not, you'll not find in any book. Okay. This is something that I have worked on myself for last several years. And I used in my work. Some of my friends are using it. I think this is the first time that any students, any college has a preview to look at what I'm going to show now. Okay. So behavior, customer behavior can be manipulated. Do you agree? That is what we do, right? So far, could you measure behavior? No, right? Okay. So this equation will tell you how to measure the behavior. Okay. And it's a pretty simple, straightforward equation that says that behavior is a function of the value that the seller gives, the trust that the seller builds, the ease of business that it gives, like, no complications, very easy to deal with sort of a vendor, the urgency that the seller creates, the identity, the pride factor that the buyer has associating with the seller, minus friction, right? Now, friction you might have seen in previous slides, but let me explain to you what that means here. So friction is, you go to a website and you have like white papers, right? And you have to download a white paper. And then the moment you click on the white paper, it's a gated content, right? So you get those forms, add your number, add your phone name, add your this and that. Now, in marketing term, it's a friction, right? Buyer wants to buy, but they don't have the right brochure with them, right? Nor does your website tell you about how the product is useful. That's a friction, right? So any challenge that a buyer faces while buying your product is called friction. Okay. So the equation is the percentage of the likelihood of a behavior being in your favor is equal to the function of value, trust, is, urgency, identity, removing the friction. Okay. Is this clear? Sorry. Okay. So I call this behavior potential equation. And it's a decision model. It basically if you actually, and I know that it's theory. I'll take you through some of the quick examples as where do you actually use it, okay? And I'll give you the usage of it at a different life stages of buying. So it's a decision model which tells you basically, if somebody is going to buy from you or not, okay? Now, the equation that you see is that your value, trust, age of buying, urgency, pride, it's multiplied by W. So W here, all the W's here are the weights, okay? So when you are buying at a different level, at a different stage, the weights are different. So for example, when you are so you know the stages, right? Awareness, consideration, these are the buying stages, right? You would also know that the numbers vary, the weights vary, right? So the awareness is 35, the value that you deliver. So when you are awareness stage, the first stage that you're reaching out to customer is awareness stage. Just understand that, right? You're going, so your first campaign, so tomorrow you get a job and somebody comes and says that, so you are email marketer, for example, right? Somebody, or digital marketer, and somebody says that, go ahead, do our first outreach. Okay. And this is the segment, do our first outreach. That is an awareness stage. If you send emails or you do an ad, nobody's going to buy from you at that point of time. People don't know your company, XYZ Limited. They're just going to look at, association. XYZ Limited deals in something. Okay. That is the awareness stage. Is it okay? Like, are you getting what's awareness stage? Okay. So at the first awareness stage, what you are doing in your emails or your ads, right, or your brochures or whatever, right, is giving a high weightage to value. Why you should do work with us? The value that we provide is we deliver you fast, we build very efficiently, we cost less, right? And that is why the value given, the weightage of the value here is high, right? The weightage of the identity also is high, right? And the reason that is basically, as I said, right? I mean, we work with Tatas and we work with large companies and we work with Walmart, right? Again, you're telling the customer that, hey, you know what? These large companies work with us. So you working with us is a matter of pride to you, right? The second is consideration, right? Consideration is where the buyer is considering, shortlisting, evaluating solutions. What is important at that point of time? The value, of course, but you need to also build trust, ease, and reduce the friction. Okay. The third is they want to, really look at your product, and they're saying that, you know what, come and give me a demo, right? At that point, what matters, what you're doing at the demo, is, of course, you're showing, step 1, step 2, our product does this, but what you're building essentially is trust. Okay. And then they'll have a lot of questions. I have multiple systems. What do I do with it? Or, how much it's going to cost, or stuff like that, right? So you are reducing the friction, saying it's all okay. My product works very well with your systems. There's not going to be any problem. So, there's no issue using my product, and you are reducing the friction. Okay. Decision, the business case, right? So before people buy from you, they always will have a decision, a committee, especially in B2B. They'll sit together and they'll figure out whether I want to, or they'll call you and say that, talk to my 4 people, right, in front of the committee. What is going to matter to them, the highest point is going to be the is, right? How can you buy easily? What are the easiest? Do you give, if I have to buy multiple licenses, are you going to give me discounts? I already have invested in some other similar product, so I'm going to spend that money. That money is going to go waste. So are you going to reduce the price of your product and stuff like that, right? So that is the is. The contract, right? contract, believe me or not, I mean, a lot of times B2B buyers, about 7 to 8% sales don't happen because, the contracts don't happen properly. I mean, buyer has made the decision that they want to buy, but when they start building the contract, they find it so difficult to go through that process, they just drop it out, right? And the last one is the adoption and expansion, right? Adoption and expansion is where you're talking about, a business, one unit particularly using your product, but you also want the other units to use them. So at that time, again, the value becomes very important. Okay, so this is the crux of all that is spoken so far. Okay. Okay, so what you do is you are looking at, say, a page. Okay, you are looking at a website. You look at the website, and what you do is you give slider values to these variables: value, trust, age, urgency, identity, and friction, right? And you give them the decision stage weights. Let me show you what those are. So at the decision stage, right? So I taken this stage, decision and business case, and added those numbers here. Okay, and then take any website, for example, or take your email, or take your brochure, or take your sales pitch, and then you sit down, and what you do is give me the pitch. You tell sales guy, give me the pitch, or you look at the website, you look at the brochure, you look at the presentation, you look at your ad copy. Okay, and what you do is you give them some value, saying that this ad copy, I think it gives good value. So let me, and this is 0 to 5. So I think this particular ad copy brings a lot of trust. So I'm going to give it 4. Okay. It also demonstrates a lot of trust, but not so high. So I'm going to give it 3. Okay. But the ad copy is like in a very small font. It's very difficult to read. So it's not easy to read. So I'm going to give it 2. It could have like larger fonts or better color. So I'm going to give it 2. Okay. And so on and so forth. You start ranking them. I'll give you some examples. And then you say that what is this ad copy supposed to achieve? Okay. The ad copy is supposed to be used to drive a decision, right? It is not at an awareness stage. It is not a consideration stage. It is at a decision stage. So this ad copy is supposed to push a decision for people who are considering my product, right? To move ahead, right? So then you give these weights. Okay. And then what you do is you multiply weights and your observations, right? That is what you see here at the compute. Okay. And what you come up with is a number. In this case, what you've seen is this total is coming to 2.55. And then there is a friction, F3, right? For friction, you're given 3. Friction is high, as I said, right? When age goes down, the friction is high. So it means that it's a great ad copy, but people are not able to see it. It's like a red color on a yellow background. So it's difficult to read, but it still has like a good value. The copy written is very nice. It builds the trust, but the friction is high. So what you're doing is now minus 40. So 40 is the weight out there into 3. And then you remove 2.55 minus 1.2. What gets you is 1.35. Okay. And then actually you take a percentage of that and you say that the ad copy has 27% potential of changing somebody's behavior. Okay, so now that number 0.27, where does it lie in the bands, right? It basically lies in the bands where 0 to 30 is not a great ad copy, right? It is not that number, right? 27. So this particular ad copy is not really going to, give me, maybe I need to change that because the 0 to 30, it lies in the first bracket where it is not going to be successful. 30 to 60% if the score is, it's a good copy, but it can be made better. 60 to 80 is a great ad copy or a great website or a great pitch. 80 to 100 is is the best pitch ever that anybody has written. Okay, so I'll just move on to I'll conclude in the next 5 minutes. Where do you use BP, behavior potential, right? So you're writing an outbound mail. An outbound mail is very generic, like, you're not getting any responses. What you need to do is boost value, okay? Give more proofs of, that your product been used, and low friction, right? So for example, we help fintech and marketplace, whatever, right? I mean, that first reduce AWS spend by 20% in 60 days, right? To something, more meaningful, where you are showing some numbers, right? You're showing the numbers that in 29% or 29% improvement in the productivity in 60 days, right? That will boost your value. You're doing a LinkedIn ad, right? People generally scroll past a lot of ads, right? Use the model to basically improve the gap, improve the value, talk about the gaps, okay? Have a light FOMO. FOMO is fear of missing out. And trust, protect your trust. So these are the changes that you can undergo. So I think I'll just show you where all it gets used. There's a landing page if you want to review, pricing pages if you want to consider, demos, etc. Okay, so that's all I wanted to show. Any questions? Anybody who has any curiosity about this VP? Okay, all right. Thanks, guys.
Announcement. Yeah. Tell him. Yeah, good name, Mr. Amit. Guys, can we pay attention? I know it's little going above your head, but what he did was a phenomenal job in marketing. See, behavior can never be measured, but probably to a audience where little bit of research background, this would be of a great use. I think what you have done is a phenomenal job, sir, in terms of making a behavior into numerical and trying to measure it, how effective in different stages. We call it as a 4A, IDA, 4A, 5A. I think typically what you explained in 6 stages is the 5A. And you did it in a different way. Tell me how effectively you are using it in your real world practice.
So we use it almost every day, because the point is that, let me tell you, I come from, I work for a IT services company, and IT services companies are not that happy with, the entire stuff that is going around with AI, right? One, because we used to charge on how many people that are billed, right? Now there's no concept of billing, like a person billing, because a 5 people company today can fight with 500 people company, right? Just because everybody has access to AI. So it is a level playing field. Now, why this matters to us is, now that, okay, this is one scenario where AI is sort of, building level playing in software development, right? AI, I think you heard from the previous panelists that, automates a lot of marketing activities as well, right? The outreach is automated. You scrape data like somebody said, right? The moment you say something on LinkedIn, you get a message saying, hey, I saw you put in this. Why is that happening? Because AI is scraping the data continuously. Yeah, so social listening is, hyper social listening is happening. Now, we don't do very different from anybody else in IT services for that matter, right? Now, the point is that if the product is same, the marketing has to be differentiated extremely. I mean, there is no option. I mean, if you go and say, I do, website development, and I build an app for you, and I'll build something, data engineering for you, nobody's going to listen to you, right? So what matters today for us is that, how do you really stay on the periphery, say things differently, position yourself differently? But then there are tons of ways of doing that positioning, right? So when you want to measure, because you put in enormous efforts in building your creatives, coming with ideation, building the creatives, taking it to market, right? It's a huge investment, and then you don't want to really go wrong on the investments. So that's why what you do is keep measuring this. So every email that goes out, every social media post that we do, every time our sales guy talks to a customer, every time there's a presentation that is made, we run this equation through it, okay, and we make the changes.
Can I request you to present Momento to? Okay. Professor Singh, if you could come up and present Mementos to Amit. Thank you so much, Amit, for your session. Thank you so much, audience, for your patience. I'm sure it was a tough job keeping your stomach at bay, but your mind's active and listening. This was a very high technical session which he presented. I hope you guys managed to take some notes or maybe take photographs of the screens that came in. I'll give it to Professor Sakti for the next set of announcements as the host, and for you guys to follow. Only request is please come back on time, as there are other speakers also waiting to share their knowledge and reach out to you guys.
Yeah. Just let's pay a little attention, such little silence, so that the dignitaries can leave the auditorium. Who is along? Yeah, the student volunteer. Thank you. It was a great session, sir. Yeah. I know it's 1:50. Correct? Hungry or angry? Both hungry and angry. So what time you guys wanted to come back? Hey guys, what you are cherishing here is what we teach in the classroom. Typically, you look at the previous panel discussion and the current presentation, I know it is little above, but tremendous job he has done for bringing out this metrics. Amazing job. If you go a little deep. Now, let's come to the point. My point is very clear. What time do you want to come back? Be reasonable. I'm going to negotiate. I'm a sales and marketing guy. No. It's 1:50, guys. Can you give me 5 minutes early? 2:45? Hey, come on. Okay. Okay. A1, M1 to A1, M4. You guys have not given the proper attendance. Make sure that you sign on the attendance. All of you have to give your ID card while leaving. Come back at 2:50. You won the negotiation. Correct? Can I, sir? Yeah. So guys, can we